Chapter 377. Chapter 377 equals Blue Lake City. Chapter 377 equals Blue Lake City. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not reveal his past life. After all, such a secret was too important for him to reveal. Li Lingtian then smiled at the girls. "Do you guys want to go down and play?" Li Lingtian said with a smile. Blue Lake City was a decent big city. Since it was still too far away from the House of Storms, they could play around first before they ran out of time. Does young master not need to hurry? Qing Ling was startled. This time, they were going to the House of Storms. She didn't know what young master meant by this. The other girls were also looking at Li Lingtian. "No need. If you want to go and play, just pack up." Li Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. At this moment, the Wargod had already come to a halt. It was 100 miles away from Blue Lake City. This place was considered well hidden, so naturally, no one would notice the Wargod's presence. When the girls saw this, their faces immediately revealed excited smiles. There was nothing better than playing. Although there were many places to play on the Wargod, it was not as fun as playing on the ground. After a long time, he got a little tired of it. Soon, Tang Qingwei and the others had tidied up their attire and followed Li Lingtian out of the Wargod before landing on the ground. The feeling of being on solid ground was different. Li Lingtian led the girls towards the city. Along the way, he attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. They were envious that Li Lingtian had 5 or 6 peerless beauties by his side. Moreover, each of them was a rare beauty in this world. However, while they were jealous of Li Lingtian, they could also see that Li Lingtian's temperament was indeed incomparable. He was elegant and had a faint smile on his face. This appearance was enough to make all the girls in the world fall for him. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Blue Lake City. "Sir, you need to apply for a token to enter Blue Lake City. Each person needs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." A Warrior King Realm Patrol member was stunned by the girls beside Li Lingtian. With so many peerless beauties, they were like goddesses from the 9 heavens. All of them were peerless. He had never seen such beautiful women before. However, his heart began to tremble when he sensed Li Lingtian's aura. He could not tell the depth of Li Lingtian's cultivation base, but he must not be a simple person to be accompanied by so many beauties. Here, Li Lingtian tossed over 70,000 lower spiritual stones. It was only a few tens of thousands of spiritual stones. If he needed spirit stones, any pill would be enough. Moreover, he had nearly 800 billion spirit stones on him, so he naturally did not care about this little bit. Qingling, Huang Fuyin, Ji Xiaobai, Tang Qingwei, and Shun Mei including him, made up 7 people. Very soon, the patrol member completed the application for the token and respectfully handed it to Li Lingtian. He watched in amazement as the group entered the city. Li Lingtian found an inn in a beautiful place in Blue Lake City. It had a single courtyard and only 6 rooms for 7 people. Ji Xiaobai and the rest quickly found a room, leaving Li Lingtian alone outside. Li Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he meditated and rested in the garden of the small courtyard. Naturally, he wasn't worried about not having a place to stay. He could enter Shun Mei, Qing Ling, Huang Fuyin, and even Little White's rooms. Except for Ji and Tang Qingwei, he wouldn't go. He could go and live with them anywhere else. After the girls chose their rooms, they came out. Seeing that Li Lingtian was cultivating, they did not disturb him. It was not until the afternoon, when Li Lingtian finished his cultivation, that he left the inn with the 6 of them and headed towards the bustling city. Since they wanted to play, they naturally had to play in the most fun places. In a big city like Blue Lake City, there were naturally many places to play. In a place like the Azure Continent, he really wasn't afraid of anything. With his current reputation, others were all avoiding him. Who else would provoke them? Wasn't that courting death? He had wiped out the Dishi family, one of the top 10 families in the Azure Continent, and killed dozens of experts from the House of Storms, one of the 3 super forces. The Queen's palace was now on his side. There was also the Wind Moon Palace's Wind Spirit Prince, who was Li Lingtian's brother. With Li Lingtian's current strength and the level 8 mystical beast, no one in the Azure Continent would dare to provoke him. On the streets, a few girls were chattering away. They wanted to buy any pretty accessories they saw. Li Lingtian could only buy from behind and pay with spiritual stones. Countless warriors were amazed by the group of peerless beauties, but no one dared to provoke them. They all understood that with so many beautiful women together, it was definitely not simple. After a day, Li Lingtian's storage pouch was filled with a huge pile of items. He thought to himself that if he had a storage bag in his previous life, he wouldn't be so tired when shopping. At least now, the girls had bought a lot of things. After putting them into the storage bag, there was no weight left. However, he did not understand why girls like to shop, be it in his previous life or this life. After returning to the inn, the girls cleaned up their spoils of war and quickly returned to their rooms. Li Lingtian was still meditating and resting outside. When night fell, he looked at the sky and smiled faintly. He stood up and walked toward Huang Fu Yuyan's room. The next morning, the two of them woke up very late. The other girls were already awake. Initially, they were curious about Li Lingtian's whereabouts, but they realized that only Huang Fu Yuyan and Li Lingtian were still asleep. They all knew that Li Lingtian had stayed in Huang Fu Yuyan's room last night. When Huang Fu Yuyan came out, the 5 girls looked over at the same time. Immediately, Huang Fu Yuyan wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her face flushed red. She knew that she could not explain herself even if she wanted to. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had walked out from behind. "What are you looking at?" Li Lingtian coughed softly when he saw the awkward situation. He then spoke in a serious tone and quickly dragged Huang Fu Yuyan to the washroom. Immediately, the laughter from behind made Huang Fu Yuyan's heart tremble. "It's all your fault." When Huang Fu Yuyan arrived at the washroom, there was no one else around. She glared at Li Lingtian fiercely, but when she saw Li Lingtian looking at her, she remembered how crazy she was that night and how she kept demanding. She felt even more embarrassed. "Ignore them." Li Lingtian stopped laughing at her and began to wash up. Huang Fu Yuyan was really too shy. If he continued to laugh at her, she would definitely feel even more embarrassed. Very soon, Huang Fu Yuyan also calmed down. "It's nothing. I'm his woman." After making up her mind, Huang Fu Yuyan said to herself. She quickly washed up and followed Li Lingtian out. Tang Qingwei and the others were still meditating in the courtyard. When she went out, no one paid any attention to her. Then they began to cultivate. Morning was the best time to cultivate, so they naturally would not let go of this time to cultivate. Li Lingtian was pleased to see the girls cultivating earnestly. A day passed quickly. Yi Feng had also finished arranging the auction house. Money could make the world go round. At night, Li Lingtian brought Tang Qingwei and the others to the auction house. After flashing their tokens, a maid led Li Lingtian and the others to a private room on the 2nd floor. No matter where it was, the auction house would have its own level of treatment. The higher the net worth, the higher the cultivation, and the higher the status, the better the treatment they would receive. The private room Li Lingtian was currently in was bought by Yi Feng for 5 million spirit stones. He knew that Li Lingtian was not lacking in spiritual stones, and he had a few ladies by his side. Naturally, he would not leave these beautiful ladies alone. If he did, he would be courting death. After entering the private room, a few girls sat on the leather sofa, excitedly waiting for the auction to begin. Li Lingtian also took out a large pile of 100-year and 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits from his divine dragon ring. The girls chattered nonstop as they enjoyed the fruits. Fortunately, this private room had soundproofing effects. Otherwise, the entire auction hall would have been in chaos. Chapter 378. Chapter 378. Yu Hua hidden in the river painting. Chapter 378. Yu Hua hidden in the river painting. "I wonder what's fun today," Ji chattered. She was the happiest when the girls were together, because she knew that these girls were all related to her big brother, and they were very close. She did not know anything in the past, but after following Li Lingtian, he had taught her many things. Now that she had a few sisters with her, she was naturally delighted. This is an auction house, not a place to play. A smile appeared on Tang Qingyue's face. She was slightly older than Ji Yi, and she was speechless when she saw how fun Ji Yi was. This place was a place where experts competed for treasures. He did not expect his sister to treat it as a fun place. It's fun to compete in the auction house. Shun Meier also spoke. She was similar to Ji Yi, a playful person. If there's anything fun, we can buy it. By the way, when the competition starts, each of us can have one shot. Xiaobai also joined in. How could she miss out on such fun things? Li Lingtian looked at the girls and did not say a word. He only smiled faintly. Fortunately, he was wealthy, or he would not be able to match up to these beautiful girls. However, thinking about it, if he did not have strong strength, he would naturally not be able to protect these beauties, nor would he have a strong family background. As he enjoyed the spiritual fruit, he watched the girls chattering happily. This was also the first time Li Lingtian had brought them to the auction house. Naturally, they were extremely excited. When the time comes, don't worry about not having any spirit stones. This guy is really rich. Last time, Qingling got an accessory worth hundreds of millions. Huang Fuyin thought of the auction house and glanced at the accessory on Qingling's head. This accessory was worth 600 million, and she was extremely envious of it back then. However, Li Lingtian had teased her. As she spoke, she pointed at the accessory on Qingling's head. The other girls all looked at the jade hairpin on Qingling's head. Wow, what a beautiful hairpin. This hairpin costs 600 million spirit stones. If there's a beautiful one, I want one too. Lingtian, you are really generous. However, a little beauty like Qingling would naturally look even more beautiful with such a hairpin. Immediately, a few girls looked at the hairpin on Qingling's head with envy and chattered nonstop. When girls saw beautiful accessories, they were all excited. They naturally liked beautiful things. Li Lingtian could only nod. He was not lacking in spiritual stones, but the main thing was that this auction house needed to have something beautiful. Moreover, the items sold in the auction house were all super weapons. For example, the jade hairpin on Qingling's head was also an extremely rare weapon. Time gradually passed as the girls laughed. The auction house was also full of people. Li Lingtian peeked through the window screen and saw that the auction house could seat about 1,000 people. However, there were many chairs added on both sides. These chairs were probably added on the spot. There were more than 1,000 powerhouses, and all of them were martial emperors and martial venerables. Moreover, there were 3 martial emperor powerhouses. However, the 3 martial monarch realm experts kept a low profile. If it were not for Li Lingtian's divine soul, he would not have been able to discern the 3 martial monarch realm experts' cultivation base. It seemed like there must be quite a number of good treasures to be able to attract 3 martial emperor powerhouses. The eyes of martial emperor powerhouses were very sharp. Ordinary trash would not even enter their eyes. Welcome to the Treasure Gathering Auction House. I'm Blue River, the host of this auction. Seeing that all the martial artists participating in the auction had arrived, the door of the auction house slowly closed. After waiting for 2 minutes, a step slowly rose from the ground at the front of the auction house. The steps were 5 meters high. An old man who was about 50 years old walked up the steps with a greedy smile on his face. He cupped his fists and greeted the experts in the auction hall. Everyone knows the rules of the auction house. The highest bidder wins, and fights are strictly enforced. There won't be any fake or inferior items in the auction house. Please rest assured. Moreover, the origin of the items in the auction house has been erased. There's no need to worry. Today is the once-in-a-decade auction. The first 5 items have been auctioned, and there will be 2 hours of free trading. The last 5 items have been auctioned, and the auction has come to an end. Blue River said loudly. His face was smooth and slick. He was completely like a businessman. He had nothing to do with experts. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like an expert at all. However, Li Lingtian knew that Blue River was definitely a powerhouse. He was a super powerhouse, a sixth heaven martial honor. Under such circumstances, if one's cultivation was low, they would not have the courage to host the auction here. Although there were no fights in the auction house, there was a natural suppression between martial artists due to the difference in their levels. No matter what, a martial honor would feel a huge pressure in front of a martial emperor. A martial emperor would also feel the same pressure in front of a martial honor. Today's first item is a low-grade saint artifact, the River Hiding Jade painting. It's a treasure used by a water martial spirit expert. It can increase a warrior's strength by 30% during a battle. After Blue River finished speaking, he opened a brocade box. In the middle of the box was a scroll. The scroll slowly opened, and suddenly a shocking amount of water element spiritual energy surged out. This spiritual energy seemed calm, but everyone understood that if a fighter's true essence was added, the power it displayed would be earth-shattering. Saint Artifact. The first auction item is a Saint low-grade artifact. Isn't this too heaven-defying? That's right. Don't tell me that there will be a peerless Saint weapon at that time. The auction this time is really beyond imagination. Countless experts were shocked when they saw the Jade River portrait. The first item was actually a Saint artifact. They wondered what other heaven-defying treasures were behind it. Li Lingtian and the others were also shocked in the private room. The sacred weapons were nothing to them because they all had them. But in this auction house, the first item was actually a Saint artifact. It was still beyond their imagination. This way, the anticipation for this auction was even greater. If they could obtain precious treasures inside, it would be even more perfect. Although the Yuhua River hiding portrait was a Saint artifact, they didn't need it. The power of a low-grade Saint artifact was only so much. Although one more Saint artifact meant one more strength, if one didn't control the Saint artifact well, the power of the Saint artifact wouldn't be much. Moreover, competing with these experts would cost them a large number of spirit stones, but they would not obtain much practical benefits. Naturally, they would not do such a thing. What other treasures are there? Please look forward to it. The starting bid for this River Hidden Jade painting is 2 million. Each bid must be at least 10 million. Blue River laughed, and then made a gesture to increase the price. He was responsible for selling this treasure, but the final increase would depend on the martial artist's wealth and his eloquence. 110 million low-grade spirit stones. 120 million low-grade spirit stones. 130 million low-grade spirit stones. 140 million low-grade spirit stones. After Blue River finished speaking, the competition started. Here, all the experts were martial emperors and above. They had come to participate in this auction, so which one of them didn't have hundreds of millions? Moreover, although the price of Saint Artifact was high, this Saint Artifact was priceless. In an instant, the price soared and the competition was fierce. It was the first time Li Lingtian had seen such intense competition. He had participated in auctions before, but the intensity of the competition was far less than the competition now. The main reason was that there were too many experts here, and their wealth was not small. More importantly, this was a Saint artifact. Big brother, is this Saint artifact really that good? It's not even as powerful as the wood spirit sword in my hand. The competition is actually so intense. He looked at Li Lingtian in confusion when she saw the intense competition below. Her expression rendered the other girls speechless. If other experts heard this, it would be strange if they did not vomit blood. The sacred artifacts that others competed for were nothing to Li Lingtian. Furthermore, he had plenty of heaven artifacts and imperial artifacts in his divine dragon ring. Do you think all warriors are called Li Lingtian? Not all warriors are called Li Lingtian, Li Lingtian chuckled. In front of these girls, he did not need to restrain himself or care about his image. It would be too tiring if he had to worry about his image every day. Besides, these girls were his men, and he did not have to worry about his image. Besides, they knew Li Lingtian's personality in front of these girls. However, Tang Qinghua and the others still glanced at him after he finished speaking. Do any of you like this Jade River painting? Li Ling Tian casually asked. There was nothing good about this sacred artifact, but if Tang Qingwei and the others liked it, he would not mind buying it. Competing with him was simply asking for a beating. I don't like this. I don't like it either. With Big Brother here, the saint artifact is useless in our hands. That's right. Young Master is indeed powerful. He isn't even afraid of a martial supreme. We'll only be stirring up trouble if we have a saint weapon. The girls did not like the sacred weapon, which stunned Li Ling Tian. However, the girls were right. With him around, there was naturally no need for a saint artifact. Naturally, the Wargod, Gorilla Demon, and Longda did not have the chance to make a move. At that thought, Li Ling Tian wanted to find an opportunity to train Tang Qingwei and the others. 4. 9 billion low-grade spirit stones. 5 billion low-grade spirit stones. 5. 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. In just a few words, the price in the auction house had reached 5 billion. Moreover, the subsequent bids were all in the hundreds of millions, not the tens of millions. However, the contenders were all martial honors, martial emperors, and martial emperors. They did not raise the price because they knew that there would be even more powerful treasures appearing later. It was not worth it to waste spirit stones here. Chapter 379. Chapter 379. 9 Heavens and 10 Earthly Divine Needles. Chapter 379. 9 Heavens and 10 Earthly Divine Needles. The price of the low-grade saint artifact, the Yuhua River painting, stopped at 9 billion low-grade spirit stones. It was obtained by a 7th-level martial honored realm expert. This 7th-level martial honored realm expert actually had a wood-type martial soul. The fact that the wood-type martial soul was competing for the treasure of the water-type martial soul had angered countless experts. However, the highest bidder would win the item in the auction house. Moreover, fighting was not allowed. They could only watch helplessly as the water-type weapon was won by the wood-type expert. Li Ling Tian looked down with a faint smile on his face. With his divine soul's eye, he could tell the true martial soul of this wood-type powerhouse. He was a water-wood dual-element expert. Moreover, the water element was his main martial soul, while the wood element was only a supporting one. Revealing the wood element martial soul was only to hide his identity and cultivation. The first item has been auctioned off. Congratulations to number 33 for obtaining the Jade River painting. Next, let's bid for the second item. The second item is... Blue River had a smile on his face. Buying the first holy artifact for that price was reasonable, because in the auction house, no one could control the price. Usually, an item worth 10,000 spirit stones could be auctioned off for 100,000 or 1 million spirit stones. Sometimes, an item worth 1 million spirit stones would be sold off, or someone else would buy the base price. When Blue River mentioned the second item, he stopped and revealed a smile. He kept the experts below in suspense and took out a brocade box. The brocade box emitted a faint killing intent. The killing intent came from an item and not from an expert. Upon realizing this, all the experts were shocked. An item that could emit killing intent was definitely not simple. Blue River didn't waste any time. He slowly circulated his true chi and took out the items from the box. Seeing the items in the box, all the experts were stunned. In front of Blue River were 18 extremely fine needles. The needles were only an inch long, but there was a connection behind them. No one could see what was behind them. 9 Heavens, 10 Earth's divine needles. It was unknown who had cried out in alarm and shouted out the origin of this thin needle. However, Li Ling Tian noticed that the powerhouse who had shouted out the origin of the needle was one of the 3 martial supreme realm experts present. If even a martial emperor was so shocked, one could imagine the origin of this thin needle. Instantly, all the experts were shocked. At first, they did not recognize the origin of this thin needle, but when they heard the origin of this thin needle, they were all shocked. Could it be the 9 Heavens, 10 Earth's divine needles that have been passed down from ancient times? This is a high-grade saint weapon. Every divine formation is a saint weapon. The power of the 9 heavens 10 earth's divine needles far exceeds the power of the saint weapon. It can kill people without them noticing. I didn't expect the 9 heavens and 10 earth's divine needles to appear here. Is it really this treasure? The 9 heavens 10 earth's divine needles that disappeared for tens of thousands of years have appeared again. For a moment, the auction hall was in an uproar. The first item was a saint weapon, and the second item was the 9 heavens 10 earth's divine needle that had been passed down from ancient times. Li Lingtian was equally astonished. He had heard of a 9 heavens 10 earth's divine needle before. It was forged by an ancient mighty figure. It almost ignored the martial artist's defense and killed without a trace. Moreover, there were a total of 18 divine needles. 18 of them were a set of treasures. When he used them, the 18 divine needles flew, making it impossible for people to guard against them. Each divine needle had a thin thread forged from heavenly silk. Almost no one within 5 kilometers could escape the divine needle's annihilation. Their attacks were invisible and soundless, and even super experts could not discover them. It was just that he came from a 21st century, and using needles as his trump card always felt a little awkward, just like Invincible East. Which one of you needs this 9 heavens 10 earth's divine needle? Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingwei and the others. Only girls would use this godly needle. It was more convenient and normal. It also added a graceful grace to the girls. If Tang Qingwei and the others were to launch a sneak attack on him during a battle, it would definitely be a powerful trump card. Tang Qingwei and the others exchanged glances after he finished speaking. They could naturally tell that Li Lingtian wanted to take down the divine needle. However, it was inconvenient for Li Lingtian to use it, so they could use it. However, they did not want to fight over it for fear of ruining the peace. Moreover, they believed that even if they did not want to use weapons, they would not have the slightest chance to fight with Li Lingtian around. I want this divine needle. Shun Mayer finally spoke. She was already Li Lingtian's woman and had even cultivated dual cultivation with him. Naturally, she knew Li Lingtian's intentions. He wanted her to help him during the battle with the woman who used the divine needle. After Shun Mayer spoke, the other girls all revealed envious looks. Then let's help Sister Mayer compete. Each of us will bid once. All right, this is so fun. Instantly, the girls were extremely excited. Using spirit stones to suppress experts was a kind of soft power suppression, which made those experts feel even more helpless. The feeling of not being able to use one's strength was the most uncomfortable, and it was the same in the auction house. While they were talking, Blue River had already introduced the 9 heavens 10 earthly divine needles. The starting price of this 9 heavens 10 earthly divine needles is 500 million, and each increase is 10 million. Blue River put away the 9 sky 10 earth god needles and made an inviting gesture, letting the experts below compete. He was also excited because this auction was definitely the strongest lineup he had ever seen in his life, because the treasures were all extremely powerful. 600 million. After Blue River said that, the first person to raise the bid was a 7th level martial honored realm expert. He directly raised the bid by 600 million. He didn't raise the bid according to the low level. 700 million, 800 million, 900 million. In an instant, the price soared rapidly, reaching 10 billion in a moment. This price was far from the price of the 9 heavens, 10 earthly divine needles. Just the difference between a high-grade saint artifact and a low-grade saint artifact was like heaven and earth, let alone a treasure that had been passed down from ancient times. At this moment, Tang Qingwei and the others looked at each other. They were the first to speak to Huangfu Yuyan because she was the most important person here. 20 billion. Huangfu Yuyan and the others knew that Li Lingtian had hundreds of billions of spiritual stones. Naturally, they did not care about this little bit. Moreover, they were still harboring a vengeful mentality because Li Lingtian had tricked her previously. After he shouted out the price, he shot Li Lingtian a threatening look. However, he only received a faint smile from Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not care about such a thing at all. This woman was his woman now. He just needed to be happy. 20 billion, all the warriors exclaimed. Although 200 was not the price of this treasure, this price was too arrogant. It directly doubled the price by 10 billion spirit stones. 21 billion, 22 billion, 23 billion. Although the shock was great, it still could not stop the experts from competing for the 9 heavens 10 earth divine needles. The competition began again. At that moment, Tang Qinghua nodded at the girls and shot a probing glance at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian gave her an encouraging look. 30 billion. Tang Qinghua was bigger than Li Lingtian and younger than Huang Fuyiyan. Naturally, she was the second to bid. Similarly, he learned from Huang Fuyiyan and increased the price by nearly 10 billion, directly raising the price to 30 billion. When the bid of 30 billion was announced, all the powerhouses were shocked as they turned to look at the private room where Li Lingtian and the others were. The previous bid was still acceptable, but this private room did not last long before the bid was raised to 30 billion. It was a little too arrogant to describe it. In the middle, only 5 or 6 people raised the price. The people in the private room raised the price to 30 billion. The experts here were all martial emperors and above. Naturally, they could hear that there was more than one person bidding in the private room. The two voices were as clear and sweet as the sounds of nature, but this voice made people tremble and feel oppressed. Sigh, 31 billion. I bid 31 billion. 32 billion. Several ninth heaven martial honored realm experts were determined to get this high-grade holy weapon, but the price was too high. They didn't know what treasures were behind it, but regardless of whether there was a supreme saint artifact or an even better treasure, they didn't want to give up on the 9 heavens 10 earths divine needle because it didn't have any attributes and was passed down from ancient times. 40 billion. Whitey shouted 40 billion, and the crowd fell silent. However, a martial emperor had raised the price. The martial honored realm expert was already in despair. This was 40 billion, not 4 million. 50 billion. He was anxious. The martial monarch realm experts below had just bid, but he had already raised the price to 50 billion. This crushing effect made the experts below speechless and extremely shocked. In the private room above, the voice of each bid was different. Although it was a sweet voice, the experts below could tell that it was definitely not the same person. They all felt that the people in the private room were completely playing around, treating the competition in the auction as a game. 60 billion. In the end, Qingling's face was a little unnatural. This price had already reached such a terrifying level, so she was still a little afraid. However, when she saw the smile on Li Lingtian's face, she felt a little relieved because Li Lingtian did not care at all. Hush! When the final bid of 60 billion appeared, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. 60 billion floating out like a game. This was too crazy and overbearing. All the powerhouses were looking at the private room, where Li Lingtian and the others were on the second floor. They wanted to know who this person was to play around with the 9 heavens, 10 earthly, godly needles. 60 billion low-grade spirit stones going once. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Blue River's heart couldn't help but tremble. Although he had bid for a higher price before, he had never encountered such a domineering competition. He was also shocked. Seeing that no one else was bidding, he asked the other experts. Chapter 380, Chapter 380, 60 billion. Chapter 380, 60 billion. After Blue River asked, he didn't see anyone increase the bid. 60 billion low-grade spirit stones going twice. 60 billion low-grade spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to the person in private room number 9 on the second floor for obtaining the 9 heaven and 10 earth divine needles. Blue River's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it. After confirming that this high-quality holy artifact had a new owner, all the experts looked at the second floor. Many experts with malicious intentions flashed a sharp and cold light in their eyes. fighting was not allowed in the auction hall, but as long as the people in the private room left the auction hall, they could snatch the saint artifact. This way, he could get the saint artifact without spending tens of billions of spirit stones. Afterwards, Blue River had a maid bring the box to the private room on the second floor. When she arrived at Li Lingtian's private room, she gently knocked on the door. Upon entering, she was surprised to see 6 peerless beauties of all ages. The maids were not bad either, but compared to these peerless beauties, they were like fireflies and the brilliance of the moon. Seeing these peerless beauties, the maidservant did not know who to send this saint weapon to. "Hand it over," Shun Mayer said. Her face was so charming and pure that it made people's hearts tremble. They were the ones who bought the 9 heavens, 10 earths godly needles. Now that he had the godly needles, he could help Li Lingtian. When a maid heard someone speak, she respectfully handed the divine needle to Shun Mayer. She received the needle, and without even looking at it, she handed the brocade box to Li Lingtian while her delicate body snuggled up to him. "Yes, this is indeed the 9 heavens and 10 earths divine needles. If you control her, your strength will be able to rise to another level." Li Lingtian checked it and spoke gently with a faint smile on his face. Apart from Li Lingtian, Shun Mayer's cultivation base was the strongest among them. She had already reached the martial emperor realm. The sacred weapon could barely be used now. Since both of them were dual cultivators, they could help Li Lingtian. "Thank you, husband." Pow! When Shun Mayer saw the divine needle in the brocade box and felt Li Lingtian's gentleness toward her, she felt a sweet feeling in her heart. She softly called out to her husband before she planted a kiss on Li Lingtian's cheek with her rosy lips. Then, her little face turned red, and she did not dare to raise her head. In the past, when they were alone, she was very casual. However, now that she had other sisters by her side, it was the first time she addressed Li Lingtian as her husband in front of them. Tang Qingwei and the others burst into laughter and looked at Shun Mayer. 60 billion. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and activated the divine dragon ring. Activating his divine consciousness, he took out 60 billion lower spiritual stones from the ring and handed them to the maid, who quickly counted them. After 2 minutes, he finished counting and left respectfully. He looked at Shun Mayer and the other girls with envy. "You're not shy at all. You're showing off your love in front of us now." A smile appeared on Huang Fuyuyan's face as she looked at Shun Mayer with her beautiful eyes. She knew that her life belonged to Li Lingtian, so it was normal for her to have a few more sisters. When a warrior cultivated, they would often go into seclusion for days or even months. Naturally, Li Lingtian needed someone to accompany him. Moreover, his sisters were all peerless beauties. This way, he felt more at ease because these sisters were all peerless beauties who loved Li Lingtian deeply. However, at this moment, she naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to tease Shun Mayer. After she finished speaking, the other girls also started laughing. "Sister Yin, don't laugh at me. You were with your husband last night." At first, Shun Mayer was extremely shy. However, when she thought of Li Lingtian in Huang Fuyian's room last night, she decided to retaliate. "Yes, Sister Yin, my big brother stayed in the same room yesterday. Yeah, we all saw it." The girls immediately turned their attention to Huang Fuyian, completely forgetting that their real opponent was Shun Mayer. "You guys, we're talking about Mayer. Look in the right direction." Huang Fuyian was rendered speechless. She could not deny that Li Lingtian was caught red-handed in her room the night before. However, she quickly reminded Tang Qingwei and the others to shift their target to Shun Mayer. Li Lingtian was left in the lurch as he continued to enjoy the spirit fruit while watching the few beautiful ladies fooling around. In front of him, these peerless beauties had no qualms. Next, in the auction house, the 3rd item was auctioned, the 4th item was auctioned, and the 5th item was auctioned. He didn't let go of any of them because this auction wasn't simple. He naturally wouldn't miss it. The girls were playing, but he was paying attention to the situation below. However, the last 3 items were also mediocre superior saint artifacts. They were still slightly inferior to the 9 heavens, 10 earthly godly needles, but that was what Li Lingtian thought. However, in the eyes of other experts, the last 3 items were stronger than the 9 heavens, 10 earthly divine needles because the most suitable treasure was the best. The first 5 items have been successfully auctioned off. Now is the time for free trading. After the 5th item was sold, Blue River loudly announced that this was a truly great harvest. The free trade time is 2 hours. Free trade. Any problems with the quality and price have nothing to do with the auction house. However, the auction house can provide free item appraisal. I wish everyone a fruitful return, Blue River said seriously. After he finished speaking, he left the stairs and walked towards a stone door in front of the auction house. When Blue River left, a huge stone door appeared at the side of the auction house. All the warriors walked towards the door. Most of the warriors had expectant expressions because their main goal was still to trade freely. Free trading was the goal of most martial artists because there were basically only 10 items in each auction. There were indeed no chances for hundreds or thousands of people to compete for 10 items. Moreover, those who were not rich enough could only watch the show. Aren't you going to take a look at free trade? Huang Fuyin asked Li Lingtian as she watched the other warriors enter the free trade center. Free trade. Although there were no good treasures, there was a chance that he could find something good in the free trade. However, the chances of this happening were very small. Do you guys want to go and play? If you do, I'll bring you guys. Upon hearing Huang Fuyin's words, Li Lingtian looked at her with a questioning gaze. He was not in the mood to stroll around this place. He might as well rest here. However, if Tang Qingwei and the others wanted to go shopping, he would follow them. It wasn't easy to be a flower protector. These girls were all exceptionally beautiful. Any one of them would arouse the evil thoughts of countless experts. He had to protect them well. I want to play. I want to go too. Let's go and take a look. There might be some treasures. These are all martial honors and martial emperors. As soon as Li Lingtian finished speaking, Ji Yi requested to go play. The other girls did the same. In an instant, all 6 girls wanted to go to the free trade area to play. They had plenty of spirit stones, so they naturally had to take a look. If there was anything good, they would buy it. Then let's go. Li Lingtian stood up as Ji Yi and Shun Meier hugged his arms. Their proud breasts rubbed against Li Lingtian's arms, and Li Lingtian was immersed in this wonderful bliss. The group left the private room and walked towards the free trade area. Soon, they arrived at the free trade area. This auction house was similar to other auction houses. The free trade area was like a vegetable market. Although the market was like this, very few experts would go to the market to trade. Not to mention the quality, there weren't any good items. There was no guarantee at all. Rainflower stone, one of the materials used to refine heaven artifacts. It's only worth 1 million low-grade spirit stones. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and this piece of 1,000-year-old cold iron can be taken away. This 10,000-year-old medicinal herb is the main ingredient for refining a Tier 6 medicinal pill. It costs at least 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want it? 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. Come take a look. There's a flame talisman here. It only costs 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. When the group arrived at the free trade area, they heard the sound of peddlers. If it weren't for the super experts who knew about these people, they would have treated this place as a market. Li Lingtian was no longer surprised by this. On the other hand, Ji Yi and Tang Qingwei were extremely interested. Huang Fuyin had seen too many of them and was not surprised at all. Big brother, I'll go take a look at that. It's very pretty. I want it. Husband, take your time. I'll go with Ji Yi. Ji Yi and Shun Mei let go of Li Lingtian's arm and walked forward. As they walked, they looked around to see if there was anything they liked. Li Lingtian felt a lot more relaxed after the 2 little beauties left. His powerful and arrogant breasts rubbed against his arm, causing his blood to boil. If this was not an auction house, he would have killed Shun Meier on the spot. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year. Ever since the last time they had fun, they hadn't had any physical contact. It seemed that he had to go to Shun Mei-er's room tonight. Li Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Shun Mei-er's dainty body. He could not help but feel a burning sensation in his heart. Shun Mei-er was the only person in the world who had a perfect combination of charm and innocence. Such a temptation would drive any man crazy. Naturally, Li Lingtian could not resist it either. These two girls, Huang Fuyin said with a smile as she watched Ji Yi and Shun Mei-er leave. Speaking of which, she didn't have the slightest bit of knowledge and was still like a little girl. When she had free time, Huang Fuyin naturally hugged Li Lingtian's arm. Her firm and proud chest clamped Li Lingtian's arm, causing Li Lingtian's entire body to heat up. He felt depressed. Wasn't this a temptation? If they were in his shoes, he would definitely eat them up. Chapter 381. Chapter 381. Tier 7 Inner Core. Chapter 381. Tier 7 Inner Core. The few of them strolled around the trading ground. Their eyes and divine senses swept around, but they did not encounter any good treasures. Although the people here were all martial emperors and martial supremacies, Li Lingtian and the rest had high standards. Naturally, they looked down on items below the level of a holy weapon. Unless there were some heaven-defying materials or something that a few girls liked, they would not be able to find what they wanted here. Countless super experts looked at Tang Qingwei and the others in amazement. Every single one of them was a peerless beauty in the world, and it was difficult to find a second one. Now, 6 of them had appeared all at once, and all 6 of them were surrounding a young man. It was extremely enviable. However, these powerhouses had eyes and knew that they could not afford to offend some people. Even if they did not know Li Lingtian's identity, someone with such a peerless beauty by his side must have a powerful backer. How about exchanging these 4 7th-rank monster beast inner cores for your great cyclic pellet? The few of them walked while looking. Although they didn't see anything they liked, they were still very happy because they weren't here to find treasures. They were just here to relax. If he met something he liked, he would buy it. If he didn't, he wouldn't take it seriously. At that moment, Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. The 2 martial emperor powerhouses were trading, yet they did not know what kind of treasure they were trading. The items traded by martial emperors were all very precious. He had never seen a martial emperor trade before. Soon, he brought Huang Fuyin and the others to the 2 martial monarch realm experts. He saw that in front of one of the martial monarch realm experts were 4 inner cores with powerful demonic power. There was also the level 7 great cyclic pellet and 4 level 7 monster cores in the hands of another martial emperor. If they were used on the Wargod, they would be comparable to an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse. Moreover, there were 4 of them. Li Lingtian had already started calculating in his heart. He still had 3 great cyclic pellets in his hands. He could not use the great cyclic pellets with his cultivation. Unless he reached the 3rd level of the martial honored realm, he would not dare to take the risk. Now that he had encountered 4 7th order monster beast inner cores, he naturally had to exchange for them. He could refine pills in the future, but he had to obtain the inner core first. This way, he could use the Wargod to kill powerful opponents when he encountered them. 4 7th grade inner cores are indeed not bad, but it's still a little lacking to exchange for a great cyclic pellet. I have a great cyclic pellet here, but I'll have to add 100 million low-grade spirit stones. As Li Lingtian said this, the 2 martial emperors turned to look at Li Lingtian. The martial emperor powerhouse's eyes were sharp, and Li Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine. However, he quickly calmed down. The 2 martial monarch realm experts in front of him were only at the 1st level of the martial monarch realm. He had killed a level 1 martial monarch realm expert before, even though he had used the Wargod. Junior, are there any rules? Were the ones making the deal? Were you participating in? Are you qualified? When Nan Mingui saw that someone had come to ruin his plans, especially when it was a level 1 revered martial artist, he was infuriated. He then unleashed his powerful aura at Li Lingtian. His gaze shifted to the girls beside Li Lingtian as a greedy and obscene smile appeared on his face. When a martial emperor saw such a peerless beauty, he was naturally tempted. A martial honor actually had a few peerless beauties accompanying him. He had never seen such beauties before. He immediately felt indignant and greedy. For 7th grade inner cores, for 7th grade great cyclopellet, is already good enough. You want to add 1 billion? Junior, you're dreaming. How about adding 300 million? Pingyu was excited when he saw Li Lingtian holding a recover pill. Nanmingwi was not easy to deal with, but it was easy for him to deal with a junior. No matter what, this junior was not as cunning as a martial monarch realm expert of the same rank. In Nanming Hui's hands, wanting to use 4 Tier 7 inner cores to exchange for the great cyclic pellet was naturally not possible. Forget about adding 1 billion. Even 2 billion was not enough. Alright, 4 7th order monster beast inner cores and 300 million lower spiritual stones. Deal. Li Lingtian nodded and dismissed the martial emperor. As for Nanmingwi, he could naturally deal with him alone. After saying that, he threw the great cyclic pellet over. The two of them started a trade, leaving Nanming Hui at the side. When he saw Li Lingtian exchange the great cyclic pellet for the demonic beast inner core, he was infuriated and wished he could tear Li Lingtian apart immediately. Soon, the transaction was completed. Pingyu took the recover pill and left. He knew that Nanming Hui would not let this revered martial artist go. He did not want to cause trouble here, so he quickly left this place. Junior, you are courting death. Nanming Hui was furious. He could not care less about the fact that they were in an auction house as his aura burst forth once again. The 2 auras before and after him were added to Li Lingtian's body. He was surprised that the first wave of aura did not suppress Li Lingtian, and that Li Lingtian was still able to trade freely. However, the second wave of aura was not something the first could compare to. Scram. Li Lingtian's face turned frosty when he saw Pingyu leave. He was courting death by looking at his woman with such a gaze. The aura of his entire body erupted as well. He circulated his dragon energy, and a faint dragon energy collided with Nanming Hui's aura. Boom! With an explosion, a powerful force erupted from the entire Free Trade Center. Li Lingtian's body swayed, but Nanming Hui could not help but take 2 steps back. His face was filled with shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He was a martial emperor, so it would definitely be easy for him to suppress a martial honor with his powerful aura. However, he did not expect to be defeated by a martial honor's aura. If he was defeated by a martial honor in front of so many people, what face would he have left? Putting aside his face, this Supreme Realm expert was too terrifying. Scram, do you want me to say it a second time? Li Lingtian said coldly. He did not want to cause trouble in this place. If the martial emperor did not leave, he would not mind having a big fight here. In any case, he had never really fought a martial emperor before. It was not a bad thing to have a big battle now. As he spoke, he slowly retracted his aura and looked at Nanming Hui coldly. You're courting death. Nanming Hui saw that all the experts were looking at him. In his heart, these experts were looking at him with a colorful gaze. How could he endure it anymore? He channeled his entire body's true essence and slammed his palm toward Li Lingtian. The palm print carried a powerful destructive force. You have eyes but failed to see. Your cultivation has been cultivated to a dog's body. All the powerhouses were extremely curious when they saw a Supreme Realm expert fighting a martial emperor. However, they did not expect a martial emperor expert to really dare to fight in the auction house. When they saw Wu Zun being attacked, they all had a gloating look on their faces. One was a First Heaven Supreme Realm expert, while the other was a First Heaven Martial Emperor. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. A Supreme Realm expert would definitely die. However, when they saw Li Lingtian unleashing a ball of frost flame, they were shocked beyond words. This ball of ice flame carried a destructive aura. The ice flame was the size of a fist and directly affected the palm print. Everyone knew how terrifying the icy frost flame was. If one came into contact with the icy frost flame, even a martial monarch realm expert would not be able to deal with it. This, in the eyes of all the experts, the icy ice flames and the palm print collided. The destructive palm print and the icy ice flames collided, and the shocking power disappeared. Shoo! There was an uproar. The ice flame continued to devour the power of the palm print, and even Nan Minghui's true essence continued to devour. With a flick of his fingers, Li Lingtian's icy frost flames turned into a dozen or so streaks that flew toward Nan Minghui like butterflies. The sheer number of icy frost flames made all the powerhouses gasp in surprise. A supreme realm expert could actually control the icy frost flame to such an extent. It was really too terrifying. Nan Minghui's face also revealed a shocked expression. Although it was not fatal when facing this cold ice flame, he was in such a sorry state in front of this cold ice flame. He had lost all his face. Light of the blood moon, Nan Minghui revealed a determined expression. With a wave of his hand, a blood moon appeared in front of him. The blood-red light enveloped the ice flames. Chi, chi. A series of sizzling sounds appeared in the air as the icy flame and the blood moon's light continuously collided. In the end, the ice flame returned to Li Lingtian's hand, and the blood moon returned to Nan Minghui's hand. The two of them did not fight again. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he looked at the other party with a smile. The atmosphere in the air was extremely strange. Immediately after, Nan Minghui's expression froze. He snorted coldly and turned around to leave. He walked out of the free trade venue. All the experts also felt a terrifying aura appear. Although no experts appeared, they automatically dispersed to avoid being misunderstood as a fight. Li Lingtian had nothing else to do at the moment. He led Tang Qingyue and the others to the private room. He also understood that this Nan Minghui would find trouble with him when the time came. He did not want to cause trouble in this place. Soon, the group returned to the private room. Lingtian, is there any problem? Tang Qingyue asked with concern. Although Li Lingtian's strength was not bad, his opponent was a martial supreme. If he was targeted by a martial supreme, he would not be an easy opponent. It's nothing. Isn't it just a mere martial monarch realm expert? When the time comes, I really want to compete with him and see how big the difference is between a supreme realm expert and a martial monarch realm expert. Li Lingtian smiled as he caressed Tang Qingyue's hair. Although their relationship had not reached that stage, they had grown closer after the incident with the Dishi family. Back in the ancient battlefield, Shi and Huang Fuyin had been following Li Lingtian and were quite intimate with him. Be careful when the time comes. Although I've never fought a martial supreme before, the difference between a supreme realm expert and a martial supreme realm expert is too great. With your current cultivation, it's best that you don't fight a martial supreme realm expert head-on. Huang Fuyin said earnestly. She was Li Lingtian's woman, and her heart and soul were with him. Naturally, she had to think for him. She still wanted Li Lingtian to become a martial godlike existence. Otherwise, her martial saint cultivation would be wasted, and she would not be able to live up to her expectations. I know, my cultivation is still too low. In the eyes of other experts, a supreme realm expert is already very powerful. However, the opponents I face are all stronger than me. I have to raise my cultivation. Li Lingtian was never careless when facing a powerful enemy. This was because in a battle between experts, a single misstep could lead to a respawn. He wasn't alone now. He had to be responsible for Tang Qingyue and the others. If anything happened to him, their safety would be at stake. Chapter 382. Chapter 382. Limitless Holy Flame. Chapter 382. Limitless Holy Flame. After you settle the matters of the Azure Continent, you can cultivate in peace for a period of time. Huang Fuyuyan's face revealed a beautiful smile. However, she knew that Li Lingtian could not cultivate in peace because this was the way of the world. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger the opponent they would face. If Li Lingtian wanted to resolve the matter in the Song continent, he would definitely have to involve an even more powerful enemy. Although she hadn't been in the Azure continent for long, she knew that these super forces had their own backers. The Azure continent and the Azure continent were too small. Compared to the Divine continent and the Black continent, they were on a completely different level. She just did not want to say it out loud, so that Li Lingtian would not be under too much pressure. Yes, we'll go to the House of Storms in 2 days. We'll quickly settle the matter there and go back to Kjangju to cultivate for a while. Li Lingtian nodded. He had left Green Island for a few years, and it was time to return. He didn't know what was going on in Green Island, Sky Cloud Sect, and Sky Dragon Empire. He was only concerned about his parents and Tang Zieming. He could let go of everything else. His fiancée was still the most important. With such a peerless fiancée, what else was there to be dissatisfied about? You guys keep an eye on it. If there's anything good, call me. I'm going to rest for a while. Li Lingtian gently rested his head on Huang Fuyuyan's slender legs. Her smooth, snow-white legs were so beautiful that it made one's blood rush. There was also a faint body fragrance. Li Lingtian sniffed it gently, and a faint smile appeared on his face before he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Huang Fuyuyan was also speechless. Her little face was red, but she was overjoyed. Next, the girls ate the spiritual fruits while chatting. They waited for the free trade to end and saw if there were any treasures left. Li Lingtian soon fell asleep. He could not stand waiting like this, so he might as well take a nap. Sleeping on a beautiful woman's snow-white and tender legs was like a fairy-like day. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian was woken up by a soft voice. Huang Fuyuyan's snow-white hand gently shook Li Lingtian's head. There really is something you like, Huang Fuyuyan said with a smile. Seeing her beloved man sleeping on her lap, her heart was filled with happiness. She didn't care that there were a few sisters watching by her side. What is it? Li Lingtian sat up straight as Shun Mayer massaged his head with her little hands to wake him up early. Limitless holy flame. Huang Fuyuyan was extremely excited as she understood the importance of the infinite holy flame to Li Lingtian. To cultivate the ice-fire martial soul to the ice-fire fire, 9 heavens, he needed heavenly flames and heavenly ice. The limitless holy flame was the strongest flame in the world. If Li Lingtian could obtain it, he would be able to level up his ice-fire, 9th heaven. The power of ice, fire, and the 9 heavens was simply earth-shattering. It was also an existence that surpassed heaven-grade divine powers. Moreover, this ice-fire, 9th heaven was one of Li Lingtian's opportunities to advance to the martial god realm. If he could cultivate the ice-fire, 9th heaven to the extreme, he might be able to advance to the martial god realm with this. Although it was still too early to talk about it, with such a rare treasure, they definitely could not let it slip away from their eyes. What? Limitless holy flame. 1 foot. Li Lingtian's spirits were lifted. There was nothing more exciting than this. He had been searching for a long time, but he could not find a stronger heavenly flame. He did not expect to encounter the limitless holy flame here. If he could obtain the limitless holy flame, his ice fire, 9 heavens would be able to improve. Seeing Li Lingtian's expression, the other girls were also curious. It was the first time they had seen Li Lingtian so excited. Husband, what's the use of the limitless holy flame? Shunmei looked at Li Lingtian curiously as she asked in a coquettish voice. Mei Won'er's voice was always the most charming in front of Li Lingtian, and it was also the one that captivated him the most. The ice fire, 9 heavens that I cultivate relies on the heavenly flame of heaven and earth and the heavenly ice of heaven and earth. I use the fusion of the 2 extreme attributes to unleash the power to destroy the world. I've been looking for such ice and flames, but to no avail. I didn't expect to encounter them here. Li Lingtian said excitedly. He would not pretend or hide anything in front of his woman. He told her the key to the 9 heavens of ice and fire. After he finished speaking, he looked down seriously. The infinite holy flame is the most powerful flame in the world. It's a trump card for an expert who cultivates the fire martial soul. I don't want to waste my breath. This limitless holy flame is also the last item tonight. The starting bid is 5 billion and the increment is 2 million. Blue River took out a crystal box that was a foot wide and floated in the air. The crystal box was covered with seals, and these seals were all very high-level ones. There were no less than 100 seals. However, the infinite sacred flame was so powerful that if it was not sealed, it would be able to destroy the experts here, let alone control them. At the very least, powerhouses below the martial supreme realm would definitely be instantly killed if they were not on guard. After saying that, he waved his hand and the crystal box landed on the steps. He looked at the experts below and waited for them to compete. The expression on Li Lingtian's face kept changing. The infinite holy flame was real, but it was the most powerful holy flame in the world. The seal needed a seal. It would not be simple. At first, he didn't notice it. The 100 seals looked very high level, but what really shocked him was that these seals together formed a magical seal. In other words, these seals were all connected to each other. It could be said that there was only one seal on the crystal box, a shockingly powerful seal. All the seals were just a small magic art. More than 100 seals formed a powerful seal. Otherwise, it would not be able to seal the limitless holy flame. At that time, even if someone else took it, the seal might not be able to be broken. Even he could not break the limitless holy flame so easily. 5. 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. 5. 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. 5. 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. 5. 4 billion low-grade spirit stones. While he was examining the seal, the competition below had already become intense. Huang Fuyin and the others were waiting for Li Lingtian to compete. No matter how strong a girl's cultivation was, when she had a man to rely on, she would not have a decision and her mind would not be mature. The girls were all anxious. They did not look like martial artists at all. If you guys compete, you must get this infinite sacred flame. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Huang Fuyin. His evil gaze landed on Huang Fuyin's chest, which was heaving up and down with his heartbeat. Look where? Huang Fuyin noticed Li Lingtian's gaze and grunted. She did not expect Li Lingtian to stare at her mysterious chest in front of so many sisters. Her little face flushed red. Kiki, Kiki, he. Sister Yuyin, he's already touched it countless times. Are you still afraid of looking? I don't believe that he hasn't seen it before. Yes, I am. He. Li Lingtian did not answer immediately. Shun Mei Qing Ling, Tang Qingwei, and the others laughed. Huang Fuyin wished she could find a hole to hide in. She didn't expect her sisters to be like this. It would have been better if he had said that from the side. However, Li Lingtian was the main culprit here. How could he still have the face to say something like that? Don't you want to compete? When Li Lingtian saw Huang Fuyin's flushed face, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. With a stern expression, he looked at Tang Qingwei and the others. Huang Fuyin took the opportunity to hide in Li Lingtian's arms. She buried her head in Li Lingtian's chest and dared not look at Tang Qingwei and the others. Tang Qingwei and the others held back their laughter, lest Huang Fuyin became too shy. 20 billion low-grade spirit stones. Qingling was the last to raise the bid. She also raised the bid casually, but this casually made the experts below stunned. This was because the people in this private room had used spirit stone experts to crush them previously. Now, they were competing again. 22 billion, 23 billion, 24 billion. The few 9th level Supreme Realm experts and 3 Martial Monarch Realm experts below seemed to be driven by the competition in the private room. Every time they increased the bid, it would increase by 1 billion. It seemed that they were determined to get this limitless holy flame. They all knew how powerful the infinite sacred flame was. It was even more terrifying than a peerless saint weapon. If they could control it, not only could they increase their cultivation, but they could also upgrade the sacred flame. The power of their attacks would also be extremely magical. 40 billion. Shun Mei-er's face was filled with excitement as she raised the bid. After raising the bid, she spoke to Li Lingtian. Husband, can you promise me something? She looked at Li Lingtian with a seductive gaze. Her little face was pure and innocent, and her appearance was extremely adorable. Li Lingtian's heart trembled. Shun Mei was already his woman, but Mei Wonder always gave him a feeling of endless love. What is it? Li Lingtian asked in confusion. With their relationship, was there a need to beg? Tang Qingwei and the others were also looking at Shun Mei-er curiously. They had been spending time together during this period of time and were very casual. They didn't know what was going on with Shun Mei-wonder. When the time comes, the spirit stones auctioned off by the infinite sacred flame. Husband, don't give it to me. Mei-er, give me the spirit stones. Mei-er wants to buy this limitless holy flame for you. After Shun Mei-er finished speaking, she pouted her rosy lips and looked at Li Lingtian with watery eyes. Sure, Li Lingtian readily agreed. With a loving expression, he looked at Shun Mei-er gently. The girls looked at Li Lingtian. Based on Li Lingtian's personality, he would never ask a girl to fork out spiritual stones. However, since he agreed so readily, they knew that Li Lingtian did not care about spiritual stones at all. Even if the infinite sacred flame were to be bought with hundreds of billions of spirit stones, he wouldn't even frown. He didn't think that Shun Mei-er had gotten a bargain, but rather he felt embarrassed. But this time, he was so straightforward, just to make Shun Mei-er happy. Shun Mei-er's people were all his, not to mention the spirit stones. The girls were overjoyed. Li Lingtian was so straightforward and did not show any chauvinism in front of them. They were all intelligent geniuses and naturally knew Li Lingtian's intentions. Thank you, husband. Shun Mei-er was overjoyed and her face was filled with excitement as she looked at Li Lingtian tenderly. Chapter 383. Chapter 383. Terrifying Price 1. Chapter 383. Terrifying Price 1. 40 billion. It's close again this time. Yeah, if they join in, the chances of them competing are not high. It doesn't matter. We used tens of billions last time. We definitely can't compete with us now. Yes, let's compete. Perhaps they are already at the end of their assault. Shocked. The bidding in the private room was shocking. Apart from being shocked, the few super experts began to discuss. This limitless holy flame was too tempting. It was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for experts. Naturally, they would not give it up so easily. Seeing such an infinite sacred flame, he would use other methods to get it, let alone spirit stones. 45 billion, 46 billion, 1 foot, 60 billion. Just as the two ninth heaven revered martial artists increased the price, another increase came from the private room. It was also an even number, raising the price of the spirit stones to 60 billion again. Hush! There was an uproar. 60 billion. The experts present were all experts sent by their families or sections. Moreover, they had gathered the wealth of a family or sect in order to obtain the treasures here. However, even if a family or sect gathered their wealth, it would only be a few billion or tens of billions. There were not many people here who had tens of billions of wealth. He did not expect another 60 billion to appear, and they were all private rooms on the second floor. He had bought one last time for 60 billion, and now there was another 60 billion. What a big deal. This is the last time. I bid 61 billion. A ninth-level supreme realm expert side. This was also his limit. Although he knew that he would not be able to obtain this limitless holy flame by increasing his cultivation by 1 billion, he still held onto the last trace of hope. A man with money was a man. A man without money would also have a hard time. Even a super supreme realm expert was the same. I bid 63 billion. My limit is 65 billion. 70 billion. 100 billion. Two of the three martial monarch realm experts called out the final price. Only one martial monarch realm expert called out the price of 70 billion. It looked like he still wanted to compete, but after he shouted 70 billion, the voice of 100 billion came from the private room. The voice was extremely sweet, like the sound of nature. However, this voice was shocking at this moment, like thunder striking all the experts. 100 billion. 100 billion. Oh my God, this is the highest price in the auction house. 100 billion to buy the limitless holy flame. This is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the martial emperors and martial supremes here no longer looked like experts. Their faces were filled with shock. Moreover, countless experts' mouths were wide open, and they looked like they could not believe it. Only after a long time did they exclaim in surprise. Such a price had completely exceeded their imaginations. 100 billion. Even the 10 great clans of the Azure continent might not be able to fork out so many spiritual stones. What was the background of this private room on the second floor? It actually offered 100 billion, which was equivalent to the entire property of one of the 10 great families of the Azure continent. The 3 martial monarch realm experts were also numb. Their faces were ashen. A martial monarch realm expert had actually been defeated by a spiritual stone. However, the 3 martial emperor powerhouses glanced at the private room coldly. 100 billion, anyone else? Blue River was also stunned by this price. He had hosted auctions for over 100 years, but he had never seen such a large amount of money. Moreover, using spirit stones to suppress experts in such a domineering manner was domineering. However, as the host of the auction, he quickly reacted and shouted at the experts in the auction hall. He also knew that it was impossible for anyone to raise the price, but this was a rule. He had to ask once. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones going twice. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones going thrice. After the third shout, the hammer struck down. There was no sound at all. The infinite holy flame was sold for 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. Blue River had the maids bring the crystal box to the private room on the second floor. All the experts were curious and excited. Even if they didn't get any treasures, they saw the power of using spirit stones to suppress experts. It was an eye-opener. The expressions of the 3 martial emperor powerhouses were extremely ugly. A dignified martial emperor powerhouse had actually been defeated by a spiritual stone. Li Lingtian and the rest waited in the private room. After a knock on the door, the maid respectfully presented the crystal box. Shun Mei smiled happily as she took the crystal box. Husband, Mei gave this to you. Shun Mei placed the crystal box in front of Li Lingtian and planted a kiss on his cheek. Pow! Li Lingtian took the crystal box and felt the warm lips on his face. His heart skipped a beat. This little girl really liked to do such things. He turned around and gently kissed Shun Mei's rosy lips. Shun Mei's face flushed red, but her heart was filled with happiness. Next, Shun Mei opened her storage pouch and took out all the spirit stones. It was exactly 100 billion. This storage pouch was also the last thing that Her Highness Shun Yu had given her. She did not expect her to take out all the spirit stones. The final bid of 100 billion was also called out by Shun Mei. Originally, 80 billion would have been enough, but she had called out 100 billion so that she could use all her assets on the infinite holy flame to show that she belonged to Li Lingtian wholeheartedly. Li Lingtian naturally understood what Shun Mei meant. Even though he had wasted 20 billion spiritual stones, he had received a silent confession from her. After the maid left, Blue River counted the spirit stones and then announced the end of the auction. Everyone, this auction has come to a perfect end. Welcome back, everyone. Blue River cast a spell. The stone door that they came in from opened. All the experts left the auction hall in order. Li Lingtian and the others watched as everyone left the auction house before they slowly walked out. As he left the auction house, 3 powerful divine consciousness locked onto Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian appeared nonchalant and completely ignored the 3 powerful divine consciousness. It's so late. Yeah, I went back to rest. Today was so fun. Tang Qingwei and the others chattered as they followed Li Lingtian to the inn. They soon returned to the inn. However, the three powerful divine senses were locked onto Li Lingtian. Fighting was forbidden in Blue Lake City, so naturally, no powerhouse dared to make a move in the city. Li Lingtian was certain of this point before he left the auction house in peace. If he was outside, he would have to be more careful. After returning to the inn, the girls returned to their rooms. Chapter 384. Chapter 384. Three Martial Monarch Realm Experts. Chapter 384. Three Martial Monarch Realm Experts. Early the next morning, the sound of laughter could be heard from outside. Tang Qingwei and the others were already cultivating outside. There was no distinction between male and female martial artists. Morning was the best time to cultivate. It was the same for girls. Moreover, the stronger their cultivation, the stronger their strength, and the higher their status among martial artists. More importantly, when one's cultivation reached the martial king realm, the lifespan of a martial artist would reach 200 years. It was twice as long as an ordinary person's lifespan. A person's life was only a few decades. If they had 200 years of lifespan, wouldn't they be eager to cultivate? Moreover, the higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan. Martial kings had a lifespan of 200 years. Martial grandmasters had 300 years. Martial emperors had 40 years. Martial honors had 500 years. Martial emperors had 600 years. And martial saints had 1,000 years. The legendary martial god could live for 2,000 years. However, this was under normal circumstances. If they were killed or accidentally killed, that would be out of the question. Generally speaking, martial artists would not fall sick unless they were seriously injured or killed. This lifespan would definitely make humans go crazy. Li Lingtian was already a martial honor with a lifespan of 500 years. On the other hand, Tang Qingwei and the rest were at the martial king realm and had not even reached the martial grandmaster realm. If they wanted to be with Li Lingtian forever, they would have to depend on their lifespan. Without longevity, no matter how loving they were, it would only be a short life. If her cultivation base was the same as Li Lingtian's, she would be able to be with Li Lingtian forever. When the girls saw that Shen Mei and Li Lingtian did not come out, they naturally understood what was going on between Li Lingtian and Shen Mei. Soon after, Li Lingtian and his wife walked out of the room. Naturally, Li Lingtian and his wife ignored the girl's smiling eyes. Shen Mei naturally held Li Lingtian's arm as her chest clamped around his arm. The two of them walked into the bathroom, naturally. After the two of them washed up, Shen Mei helped Li Lingtian tidy up his clothes. Like a wife tidying up her husband's clothes, she was very attentive. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied. It was rare for a young girl like Shen Mei to be so attentive. Let's leave today and go to the Kanglan building. After Li Lingtian and Shen Mei came out, they informed Huang Fuyuyin and the others before they began to meditate and cultivate. It was his habit to cultivate a large circulation every morning. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, everyone went back to pack their things. Although warriors had their own storage pouches and did not need to pack much, the girls did not want their things to be left outside. While Li Lingtian was cultivating, he could sense the presence of three powerful divine consciousness. He had set up a few restrictions and formations in a separate courtyard. Although the divine sense outside could not peek inside, he knew that there were experts outside. No matter when and where he was, he would set up restrictions in his cultivation and resting places. He didn't want anyone to spy on him. Moreover, he had a few peerless beauties by his side now. Naturally, he could not let others take advantage of him. At noon, Li Lingtian left Blue Lake City with Tang Qingwei and the others. The three martial emperor powerhouses followed closely behind. Even though they were well hidden, how could they escape Li Lingtian's detection? Although Li Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the first heaven martial honored realm, the strength of his divine consciousness was not something a third heaven martial emperor could compare to. He had specially cultivated his divine sense. Coupled with the eye of the divine soul, which devoured the divine sense of experts, his current divine sense was naturally extremely powerful. After leaving Blue Lake City, his body flashed, and a shield of light appeared. He brought a few girls and flew into the distance. With a suave figure and a few peerless beauties, the entire group was like a god who had descended from the heavens. The distance of 100 miles was covered in an instant. The three martial emperor powerhouses followed closely behind. A martial emperor powerhouse's divine consciousness could reach a distance of 1,000 miles. Naturally, they were not worried that Li Lingtian would escape. However, Li Lingtian's attack was too terrifying. He was a powerful man, and he had the infinite holy flame on him. Naturally, they did not want to let anything go wrong. With a distance of 10 miles between them, Li Lingtian sent a voice transmission as he flew. He led Tang Qingwei and the rest into the distance, but did not enter the Wargod. "Young master, if you don't enter the Wargod, are you going to kill them?" Qing Ling asked Li Lingtian. They could clearly sense the Wargod's presence, but the Wargod was still flying ahead. Li Lingtian had no intention of bringing them into the Wargod. "Hee, only know now? You know his personality. Since Yuran is going to die, he will help you." Huang Fuyuyan replied with a smile. She was well aware of Li Lingtian's personality. However, this place was too close to Blue Lake City. He did not want to cause any trouble, nor did he want others to know. He planned to make his move at a further place. "Husband, can we deal with 3 martial emperor war gods?" Shun Meier asked worriedly. Although the war god was terrifying, it was still difficult to kill a martial emperor unless they used the gorilla demon. The experts from the House of Storms who attacked the Queen's Palace were all killed by the gorilla demons. "There shouldn't be a problem this time. Don't you remember this?" Li Lingtian said softly. As he flew, he reached out and retrieved the 4 demonic beast inner cores. "Oh, it's the inner core that I got from the auction house last night. Could it be that the inner core of a rank 7 demonic beast can deal with a martial emperor powerhouse?" Shun Mei was stunned. Ping Yu had indeed exchanged the inner core for the great cyclic pellet. However, she did not know the power of the war god, nor did she know how the inner core could deal with a martial emperor. "Yes, I'm going to use this to deal with a martial monarch realm expert." The Wargod's power source is maintained by the inner core of a demon beast. The stronger the inner core of a demon beast, the more powerful it will be. A 7th rank inner core of a demon beast is enough to wipe out a martial emperor powerhouse. However, the inner core of this demonic beast is at level 7. It can only deal with first heaven martial emperor realm experts. It's a waste of the inner core. Li Lingtian looked behind him, intentionally or unintentionally. Within his light shield, it was impossible for anyone to hear him. This light shield carried dragon energy, and no one could use their divine sense to penetrate the dragon energy. If others hear this, they will definitely be furious. In your eyes, a martial emperor is not even worth a 7th rank demonic beast's inner core. Huang Fuyin was speechless, but she was happy because the stronger Li Lingtian was, the happier she would be. With such a man protecting her, what else could she not be satisfied with? What was the use of a powerful martial saint? It would be better to be Li Lingtian's maid. "Hee, martial emperor, that's all. If you want to blame someone, blame them for provoking me." Li Lingtian chuckled as he accelerated his flight and swiftly flew across the sky. In just a few moments, he was already 1,000 miles away. At this moment, the war god had also come to a stop, but it was still hidden in the sky. He sized up the environment and was extremely satisfied with the people on the war god. This place was really not bad. There was no one around, and they wouldn't hurt the innocent. Swoosh! The beam shield came to a halt. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian sent Huang Fuyin and the others onto the war god. The war god was hidden, so Tang Qingwei and the others stood on the war god as if they were floating in the air. The 3 powerful martial monarch realm experts had arrived 5 kilometers away from Li Lingtian with a faint smile on their faces. Li Lingtian carefully observed the three martial emperors. He knew two of them before. One was Ping Yu, and the other was Naming Hui. They had interacted with each other in the auction house before. However, he had never dealt with the other middle-aged First Firmament Martial Emperor before. The middle-aged Martial Emperor looked at Li Lingtian with a puzzled expression and a hint of solemnity. "Junior, why aren't you running? Weren't you very arrogant in the auction house? Today, I'll make you wish you were dead." Nan Mingwei was initially stunned when he saw Li Lingtian stop. However, he soon calmed down as he thought that Li Lingtian was willing to surrender. After all, three martial monarch realm experts were chasing after him. He, a martial honor realm expert, definitely had no hope at all. Li Lingtian had humiliated him in the auction house. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had a powerful family background and the infinite holy flame. Hee, you're courting death. You can't blame this young master. Li Lingtian smiled with a calm expression. He looked at the three martial emperors as if they were ants and spoke in a loud tone, which immediately infuriated the three of them. "Junior, hand over the limitless sacred flame and the great cyclic pellet, and I can spare your life." Ping Yu did not have a grudge against Li Lingtian, but he was extremely greedy. I only want the few beauties behind you. Tonight, I'll make you all want to die." The middle-aged martial emperor was called Young Master Nanling. No one knew his background. They only knew that he liked women, especially beautiful women. Chapter 385. Chapter 385. Young Master Nanling. Chapter 385. Young Master Nanling. He had played with countless women, but he had never seen such beautiful women like Tang Qingyue and the others, especially Ji Yi, Tang Qingyue, Xiao Bai, and Sun Meier. They were all unique existences in time. Ji Yi was an elf princess, the beloved child of heaven and earth, the masterpiece of heaven. Sun Meier was pure and charming. She was the only beauty in the world. Tang Qingyue and Xiao Bai were both peerless beauties. Huang Fuyuyin and Qingling were also peerless beauties. How could he not be excited when so many beauties were gathered together? Now that he thought about it, those so-called beauties in the past were completely trash in front of these beauties. "Big brother, I want to step on his eyeballs like they are bubbles." Ling Tian, extract his soul and refine it. "Husband, let this person scream for 3 days before he dies." "Young master, this person is too annoying. Feed him to the dogs." After young Master Nanling finished his sentence, Tang Qingyue and the others on the Wargod spoke before Li Lingtian could. Li Lingtian was stunned and speechless. All the ladies and beauties in front of him were extremely gentle, but young Master Nanling's words had infuriated them. Girls were really strange creatures. However, his killing intent also surged. He actually dared to have designs on his woman. That was a crime that could not be repaid with 10,000 deaths. The more you act like this, the more I like it. Tonight, I'm going to play with you guys." Young Master Nanling burst into laughter. He did not expect these peerless beauties to be so interesting. His blood instantly surged, and he wished he could immediately toy with these beauties. The girls were extremely shy. They had dared to insult them in front of Li Lingtian. Their faces were as cold as ice. "Yi Feng, eliminate the two of them, this trash. I will personally make him die of pleasure." Li Lingtian's murderous intent intensified. Since he dared to insult his woman, he would definitely slaughter his entire family. As he spoke, he waved his hand and threw 2 seventh-order monster beast inner cores behind him. The three martial emperors were stunned when they saw Li Lingtian talking to the air. However, they relaxed as there was no one behind them. However, soon, the three powerful martial monarch realm experts revealed shocked expressions as if they had seen a ghost. A huge silver monster appeared in the sky that was originally silent. This monster was actually 200 miles long and 200 meters tall. Floating in the air, it gave off a destructive visual impact. "Wargod! Wargod!" Yearly Ling Tian. The three martial emperor powerhouses recognized the war god in the sky and exclaimed at the same time. In the Azure continent, the war god was a symbol that represented destruction and Li Lingtian. It was no wonder that the young man was so relaxed and accompanied by a few beautiful women. None of them had expected the youth's background. Now that they saw the war god, they understood that the youth before them was Li Lingtian. They never expected that the young man they were chasing after would be the powerhouse Li Lingtian, whom everyone in the Azure continent feared. The might of Li Lingtian's war god shocked Sangzhou. Li Lingtian had a Tier 8 mystical beast by his side that wiped out 30 martial supreme realm experts from the House of Storms in a short while. Li Lingtian was accompanied by a few peerless beauties. These were Li Lingtian's trademark. The person they had provoked was actually a powerhouse whom others were hiding from. Were they looking for death now? That's right, it's me. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider, but his eyes were cold as he stared at young Master Nanling. Then, he waved his hand and took a step back. Instantly, the world shook and cracks appeared in space. Two silver pillars appeared on the war god, and they were aimed at Pingyu and Nan Minghui. Boom! Have mercy! Spare me! Boom! Two destructive light shadows ignored the distance between them and attacked Nan Minghui and Pingyu. The two of them saw such a destructive attack and knew how powerful the war god was. If they were attacked, they would lose half of their lives, even if they didn't die. However, just as they shouted, two destructive attacks collided with their bodies. Immediately, two halos appeared. The two powerful martial monarch realm experts disappeared from the world. The lights swept in all directions with destructive power, and the force tore through space. Li Lingtian was shocked as well. A Tier 7 inner core and the power of the war god were truly domineering. A first firmament martial emperor was killed just like that. However, he had wasted two inner cores of a 7th rank demonic beast. It was a pity to waste two of them at once. Young Master Nanling was stunned when he recognized Li Lingtian. His face turned ashen as he watched Li Lingtian's war god kill two martial emperors in seconds. Those who dare to swear in front of my woman, those who dare to insult my woman, those who dare to hit my woman. Hee, I will definitely slaughter his entire clan. Today, I want to see for myself how amazing a martial emperor is. Li Lingtian's body flickered as he stared at young Master Nanling with an icy gaze. It felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss of ice. As he spoke, his entire body's aura erupted. Although his war god had killed two martial emperors in one go, the true power of a martial emperor was extremely terrifying. If he wanted to fight a martial emperor, he would not have much of a chance. If he did not take the initiative, it would be impossible for him to fight a martial emperor. All right, in that case, I'll let you try. A martial supreme is not something a martial supreme can compare to. Young Master Nanling did not dare to look at Tang Qingwei and the others anymore. He knew that he had touched the young man's reverse scale. The girls on the war god were extremely happy because they knew how much Li Lingtian cared for them and how much he loved them. Moreover, everyone knew that Li Lingtian had wiped out the Dishi family for Tang Qingwei and provoked House of Storm for Shun Meier. Young Master Nanling had no other choice at this moment. It was best for Li Lingtian to fight him now. No matter how powerful a Supreme Realm expert was, he was no match for a martial emperor. He had to find a chance to escape now. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the war god. As soon as he finished speaking, a destructive pressure came crashing down on Li Lingtian. The entire sky was shaking. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he took a few steps back. He was shocked by the might of a martial emperor. Fortunately, he had the true dragon body protection and limitless feather coat. Otherwise, just this pressure alone would be enough for him to suffer. Ice fire, 9 heavens, extinction. He raised his hands and instantly put them together. A beam of light shot out. Giant palm. Young Master Nanling was taken aback. A powerhouse with ice and fire martial souls who had cultivated such a skill possessed terrifying strength. He had learned about Li Lingtian's heaven-defying moves some time ago, but he was still shocked when he saw it in action. Boom! With an explosion, the two powerful attacks collided, and the ground continued to collapse. Li Lingtian retreated backward, but young Master Nanling only swayed slightly. The difference in strength was immediately determined. A first-level Supreme Realm expert would never be a match for a martial emperor. It was already heaven-defying to be able to fight a martial emperor with the power of the ninth heaven of ice and fire. As his body swayed, Li Lingtian waved his hands continuously. Suddenly, the sky and earth were filled with thunder and lightning. The wrath of the gods, Aureate sword formation, divine destruction to the extreme. The wrath of the heavenly river, great cloud palm, Qing Feng destruction sword. In the air, Li Lingtian's body flashed as he unleashed a destructive, sky-level divine ability. A few heaven-grade divine powers were blocked by the other party. Moreover, the other party's strength was far from this. Moreover, it was as if he was brewing something. Just as Li Lingtian was feeling puzzled, a dark cloud descended from the sky with a thunderous sound. This dark cloud was none other than the startling cloud palm that young Master Nanling had displayed. He did not expect that this palm would actually carry lightning. Its power was definitely not something that ordinary heaven-grade divine arts could compare to. Li Lingtian's expression froze when he saw this. He then unleashed all his true essence. Sword howl, heaven and earth. The Tianyu sword spun, and the sword intent from his entire body filled the space. With a wave of his hand, the sword howl heaven and earth with sword aura was displayed. A sword light instantly shot into the distance, and the space seemed to have been cut open. Crash! Clang! The sound of something being torn apart rang out as the cloud disappeared. However, a clear sound rang out from within the cloud, like the sound of two weapons colliding. Not good. The cloud vanished, but young Master Nanling was nowhere to be seen. Li Lingtian knew that this was not good. Since he could not find young Master Nanling, he must have been ambushed. The thunderclap wings flapped, and his body disappeared. As expected, young Master Nanling appeared at the place where he was originally standing. A blood-red palm print descended, and the space was directly hollowed out by the blood-red palm print. Li Lingtian was appalled. If this palm strike landed on him, he would be injured even if he had the true dragon body protection and limitless feather coat. He also understood that young Master Nanling's first move, the startling cloud palm, was just a feint. By the time he dealt with the startling cloud palm, young Master Nanling had already disappeared, ready to kill Li Lingtian in one blow. Even if he couldn't kill it, he would still be heavily injured. At that time, he would be able to escape easily. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to react so quickly and his body movements to be so strange. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian's heart was filled with murderous intent. He had almost been tricked earlier. Sword intent erupted from his entire body, and a heavenly false sword appeared in front of him with a ball of light in his hand. The ball of light struck the heavenly false sword. Instantly, a world of swords appeared around Li Lingtian. Within 500 meters, there was a shocking sword aura, and tens of thousands of sharp swords were spinning. Countless sword silks formed a sword net. Li Lingtian was like a sharp sword in the midst of these sharp swords. He was a king's sword that could summon all the sharp swords in the world. The tens of thousands of sharp swords were all profound level weapons and above. There were even a few saint level weapons. These swords were completely rotating with the transparent sword in the middle. Chapter 386. Chapter 386. Demon Race 1. Chapter 386. Demon Race 1. Shocking sword chi and sword light shot in all directions. Young Master Nanling looked at the sword formation in front of him and even had the thought of dying dash. Although he had never seen the power of myriad returning swords, the rumors in the Azure continent had been spreading. Even a 7th-level supreme realm warrior of Dishi family had been killed. Moreover, Li Lingtian had defeated countless powerhouses with this move. He did not know how the previous powerhouses had fallen, but with the experience and vision of a martial emperor, this myriad returning swords was not as simple as he had imagined. Heaven's wrath, destruction. Young Master Nanling's face revealed a resolute expression as if he had made a major decision. The true essence in his entire body reversed, and his life force continued to burn. He cast a spell and pointed at his glabella. Suddenly, a strange light shadow appeared. The light shadow was 10 meters long and almost transparent. The light blue light shadow floated up and spun rapidly. At that moment, Li Lingtian had also unleashed his myriad returning swords. Thousands of sharp swords bombarded the light shadow with destructive force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air was constantly torn apart, and the space trembled. Boom, boom. 2 earth-shattering bangs rang out. The light shadow trembled for a moment, but it was not destroyed by the myriad returning swords. Li Lingtian's face was also filled with shock. His myriad returning swords was not as simple as it was in the Dishi family. A martial emperor had broken through to the martial honored realm, and the myriad returning swords had also obtained countless emperor weapons and heaven weapons. Needless to say, the power of the attack just now was not enough to break through the opponent's defense. He also thought about the terror of a martial emperor. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. When he saw that the myriad returning swords could not defeat young Master Nanling, he was stunned. He gathered all the true essence in his body and waved his hand. The myriad returning swords disappeared, and the heavenly fault sword was put away. However, a magical long saber appeared in his hand. The blade carried a destructive pressure. A divine artifact. Young Master Nanling's heart trembled as he stared at the saber in Li Lingtian's hand as if he had seen a ghost. His face was pale. Others might not be able to recognize the level of this long saber, but he did. This was because in his family, the most powerful ancestor on the stage controlled a divine weapon. Although it was only a low-grade divine weapon, it was able to suppress the entire Yuzhou province. The power of a divine weapon could sweep across all weapons in the world. Even a Supreme Saint weapon was nothing but trash in front of a divine weapon. Moreover, looking at this long saber, it was definitely not an ordinary divine artifact. No matter how confident he was, it was impossible for him to block it in front of a divine artifact. Blood Devil monstrous. True Devil has descended. Young Master Nanling did not dare to hide anymore when he saw Li Lingtian wielding the ultimate Overlord Saber. The true essence in his entire body instantly transformed into demonic chi. The shocking demonic chi soared into the sky, and the entire space was instantly filled with shocking demonic chi. Instantly, young Master Nanling transformed into a terrifyingly tall, giant demon. His body was at least 100 meters tall, and his pitch-black body gave people a visual impact. The huge arm swung down at Li Lingtian. Demons, so it's the demons. Li Lingtian was shocked as well. The desolation 10 consecutive strikes were constantly brewing destructive attacks as a trace of saber intent drifted out. He did not expect that young Master Nanling was actually a demon powerhouse and was hiding among the humans. If he had not used the desolate 10 consecutive strikes, he would not have exposed himself. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, and the heavenly extreme Tyrant Emperor saber in his hand brought with it a destructive saber intent. 10 saber rays slashed down fiercely at the huge devil. Boom, boom, boom. 10 echoes for explosions. 10 saber lights landed on the giant devil's body, and the giant devil's body continuously collapsed. The Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber was a divine weapon, a super divine weapon. Coupled with the desolate 10 consecutive slashes of the Heaven Rank superpower, even if a first Heaven Martial Emperor transformed into a devil, he would not stand chance. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the huge devil turned into a human. Young Master Nanling's true body was also revealed. But now, young Master Nanling's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. His eyes were filled with fear. The power of the desolate 10 consecutive strikes was too terrifying. He knew his own strength very well. He could even kill a 4th-level martial emperor. However, he did not expect to be defeated so miserably in front of a 1st-level martial honored realm expert. Initially, he had planned to escape because he did not want to argue with Li Lingtian and revealed his true identity. Now, even his true identity had been exposed, but he had also been defeated. Longda, come out. Li Lingtian looked at young Master Nanling and was shocked. A martial emperor powerhouse was indeed powerful. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could not be killed by his desolation 10 consecutive strikes. After cultivating the desolate 10 consecutive strikes, he had used it twice. He did not expect it to be ineffective this time. Roar! Longda roared, and his body changed rapidly. In an instant, he turned into a 20-meter-long flood dragon. However, he was now infinitely close to a true dragon and was many times stronger than before. The poisonous mist around his body dispersed, and his huge tail swung like a divine dragon swinging its tail at young Master Nanling. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian shouted as well. He unleashed the Tianyu sword, and his body flashed. The thunderclap wings on his shoulder carried a thunderous sound, and its power was astonishing. A man and a dragon attacked young Master Nanling. Right now, young Master Nanling really wanted to die. Li Lingtian alone was enough to give him a headache. He did not expect him to have a Tier 7 poison WIRM. Boom! Boom! In the air, there were bursts of explosions as destructive attacks collided. Li Lingtian was no match for a martial emperor powerhouse at the 1st Heaven Supreme realm. However, with the thunderclap wings, the destructive sky-class superpower, and Longda's restraint, he was able to fight against young Master Nanling in a short period of time. Although Longda had never teamed up with Li Lingtian before, he had learned to do so after a short while. Whenever Li Lingtian was in danger, Longda would use destructive attacks to surround him. The pincer attack of a dragon and a human carried destructive attacks. Young Master Nanling could only be suppressed. Spatial imprisonment. Ice flame. Ice fire. 9 heavens extinction. Roar. Li Lingtian's body flashed, and he disappeared into the sky. Longda and young Master Nanling were entangled. Seeing this, Li Lingtian waved his hand, and the space banner appeared. Instantly, the space trembled and froze. Young Master Nanling's figure was also confined. Long Day's destructive attack was directed at him. Li Lingtian unleashed his ice frost flame, and at the same time, he unleashed his ice fire, 9 heavens. 4 attacks blasted towards young Master Nanling. The world shook and cracks appeared. Boom! The 4 attacks intersected and collided with each other. Young Master Nanling became the center of the attack. Instantly, the world exploded as Li Lingtian retreated into the Wargod. After a long time, the world quieted down. Longed to return to his human form and look to the sky. Young Master Nanling's entire body was torn apart, and he turned into a bloody man. His cultivation was also rapidly flowing away. His eyes revealed a vigilant look, and then the vigilant look turned ashen. Li Lingtian grabbed with one hand, and a storage pouch returned to his hand. Young Master Nanling had died, and his body was devoid of any life force. His body also fell down, and when he landed on the ground, his body turned into pieces. There was not a trace of young Master Nanling's aura in the world. It had completely vanished. Li Lingtian did not look happy at all when he saw young Master Nanling's death. This was because he knew the difference between a martial emperor and a supreme. The difference between the two was not something that could be made up by treasures and skills. This young Master Nanling's strength was extremely terrifying. If not for his terrifying strength and Long Da's strength, he would not have been able to kill this young Master Nanling. He knew that his cultivation was still too low. He had to raise his cultivation. After a long time, Li Lingtian waved his hand, and the Wargod flew into the distance at high speed. No one expected that this was the place where 3 martial emperor powerhouses had fallen. Moreover, they had fallen at the hands of a martial honor. Ling Tian, you're injured, Tang Qinghue said gently. Her face was filled with concern because Li Lingtian had a trace of blood oozing out. However, Li Lingtian did not notice it at all. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Not good, return. Li Lingtian had Yi Feng and the others returned to the War God before they quickly flew toward the location of the battle. The War God was only 100 miles away from the previous battle, so it only took a moment for the War God to arrive. However, when he saw the changes in the sky, Li Lingtian's face revealed a trace of regret. What's wrong? Huang Fuyin noticed Li Lingtian's expression. Initially, he did not even answer Tang Qingyue's question before rushing back. However, there was definitely something wrong with his current state. It was the first time that the other girls had seen Li Lingtian's change. They looked at him curiously. Young Master Nanling has escaped. Li Lingtian activated his eye of the divine soul and scanned the sky. However, he could not find young Master Nanling's aura. The sky was extremely gloomy, as if night was about to fall. Didn't you kill young Master Nanling? Huang Fuyin looked at Li Lingtian in bewilderment. When Li Lingtian cast the eye of divine soul, 3 exquisite blood-red lotuses appeared between his brows. His entire being was extremely demonic and gave off a demonic feeling. However, in the eyes of the girls, this kind of devilish charm was deeply seductive, making their hearts tremble. At first, I thought I'd killed him, but I overlooked a problem. He's from a devil race and knows the soul-shifting grand art. Even though his body has fallen, his soul will not dissipate. He can still possess another body and be reborn. As Li Lingtian spoke, he made a gesture with one hand and gently wiped his forehead. His appearance was strangely seductive. If Tang Qinghue and the others did not know that Li Lingtian was a man, they would have mistaken him for a woman. The elegant and suave Li Lingtian, with his snow-white robes fluttering in the wind, the 3-petaled exquisite blood-red lotus between his brows and his delicate face, made him look like a peerless woman. However, a trace of demonic qi appeared on his body after his appearance. This trace of demonic qi was extremely pure. Even if a mighty demon were to come here, they would regard Li Lingtian as a truly powerful demon. Chapter 387. Chapter 387. Universe Jade. Chapter 387. Universe Jade. How is that possible? You've cultivated the devil race's cultivation technique. Huang Fuyin and the rest were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian's expression. Li Lingtian had always been elegant and graceful. If he were to go anywhere else, he would definitely be regarded as a peerless beauty. Tang Qinghue and the others didn't know anything, but Huang Fuyin had seen a lot. She was shocked and exclaimed, "Husband, you've cultivated a MO skill. Big brother, have you cultivated a devil cultivation technique? Young master." When the girls heard Huang Fuyin's words, they were all shocked. They looked at Li Lingtian in horror. They were not afraid of Li Lingtian, nor did they despise him. In their hearts, no matter what Li Lingtian became, they would always stand by his side and love him deeply and forever. However, they were still somewhat shocked that Li Lingtian had cultivated a demonic technique. After all, a demonic technique was a demonic technique. I didn't cultivate any MO skills. It's just that when I put this holy demon ring on my finger, it became one with me. Last time in the Heavenly Devil Canyon, I fused with the soul of the ancient devil, so I only know a little about devil techniques. Li Lingtian's aura returned to its original form, and his entire person reverted to his previous appearance as he spoke indifferently. She felt that it was funny. She had only changed her appearance, but the girls were so surprised. "You scared me to death." The girls were patting their chests with their little hands as if they were afraid. Their chests were trembling slightly, causing Li Lingtian's blood to boil. "We thought you cultivated a MO skill." Huang Fuyin spoke in a serious tone. She was most worried about Li Lingtian's cultivation level because he had the ice and fire dual martial souls and a martial soul with the 5 elements perfection. As long as there were no problems, he had a high chance of becoming a martial god. If he were to cultivate the demonic arts in the middle, it would be self-destruction. I only wanted to let you know that young Master Nanling has escaped. Most of the demon experts can use the soul-shifting technique. Although the soul-shifting technique they cultivate is not as powerful as I know, it is enough to fool any human expert. Li Lingtian said calmly. From his point of view, the internals and humans were the same. There were good and bad people in every race. Cultivation techniques did not matter as long as they were used in the right way. However, in this world, what kind of cultivation technique was good and what was evil? In this world, there was no good or evil, only strength and weakness. Cultivation techniques, skills, weapons, everything was used to kill. If not for killing, why would one cultivate a powerful cultivation? After he obtained the holy demon ring, although he didn't use it, he could easily use the pure demonic energy inside. However, if you go out, you will definitely be regarded as a peerless beauty who can charm all the men in the world. Xiaobai smiled. She was connected to Li Lingtian's mind and could communicate with him even if they did not speak. After the transformation, she took on Li Lingtian's appearance as well. She was used to calling Li Lingtian her brother. She was the one who understood everything about Li Lingtian and the Holy Lord Ring. Xiaobai, you're right. Just now, when Big Brother displayed his demonic chi, he looked exactly like you. They were like twin sisters. He laughed. Then, the girls recalled what happened at that time. It was indeed as He had said. No matter if you are a devil or a god, you are still Mei Er's husband. Shen Er softly leaned against Li Lingtian's side as she spoke softly. Even if you practice the devil race's cultivation method, you should focus on the 5 elements perfection and ice and fire dual martial souls. That way, your achievements will be even greater. Huang Fuyin was finally relieved. Li Lingtian did not cultivate any demonic techniques, but she was shocked that he possessed the most powerful demonic weapons, the Holy Demon Ring and true demonic chi. He wondered how the Holy Demon Ring ended up in Li Lingtian's hands. Of course I understand. Although the techniques of the demons are evil, the true Saint Demon art is exactly the same as the techniques of humans. Li Lingtian said. He did not touch the Holy Demon Ring, but it had fused with him. Naturally, it became the master of the Holy Demon Ring, just like the Divine Dragon Ring. Li Lingtian was empty except for the most mysterious true demon chi and the Holy Demon Quintessence hidden on the Holy Demon Ring. These 2 items indeed belong to the great ruler of the demon race, the Holy Demon. He just didn't expect them to appear in the Holy Demon Ring. The ruler of the devil race was the great demonic god. Among the supreme experts of the devil race, only those with the orthodox bloodline of the royal family of the devil race had the aura of a true devil. He did not use either of these 2 things because he did not want to provoke these things. If he became a demon, it would not be so good. Although he didn't dislike the demons, he didn't want to become one. In this world, the demon race, monster race, dark race, sea race, and even the elf race and dragon race were all powerful races. For survival, they had to kill. There was no cultivation technique that was the canon. Only everyone's mind made the decision. It was like a sharp sword. In the hands of a righteous expert, it was the sword of justice. In the hands of an evil expert, this sword was the sword of evil. It's good that you know. Huang Fuyin spoke in a serious tone. Li Lingtian sighed regretfully and ordered the Wargod to leave and fly toward the House of Storms. Young Master Nanling was a powerhouse of the fiend race. If he escaped this time, it would be a future trouble. He couldn't stay in Azure Continent for long. He had to settle the issue of House of Storms and return to Azure Continent. The Yuzhou continent had been involved in the last battle of Sky Dragon Empire. Young Master Ming Xiao had escaped, and now young Master Nanling had escaped. Both of them were experts of the devil race. and both of them had escaped from his hands. What a joke. In this world, the two people who escaped from his hands were both experts of Yuzhou province. It seemed that the experts of Yuzhou province were not simple. He had already formed a grudge with the experts of Serenity Plains. If he wasn't in Green Continent, young Master Ming Xiao would go to Green Continent to take revenge. Skydragon Empire would definitely be finished. The Wargod flew at high speed, while Li Lingtian cultivated in his room. He was not injured on the surface, but his mind was shaken when he fought a martial emperor powerhouse just now. The battle between a supreme realm expert and a martial monarch realm expert was a matter of life and death. Only he could understand the true danger. After 3 days of closed-door cultivation, his injuries finally recovered. One day, Shun Mei arrived at Li Lingtian's room. "Husband, how are your injuries?" "By the way, my husband, when we left, His Highness gave me a storage bag. I used up all the spirit stones, but there's a sacred scripture for dual cultivation and a piece of heaven and earth jade in it. When we refine this heaven and earth jade, our cultivation levels will be the same. Moreover, we can share a cultivation. His Highness said that this universal jade is the most precious treasure of the dual cultivation canon. It can unleash unexpected power and effects." After saying that, Shun Mei took out an item from her storage pouch. A jade pendant appeared in front of Li Lingtian. One side of the jade pendant was black, while the other was white. When Li Lingtian saw the Cosmos Jade, he immediately associated it with the Chaos Sky-Measuring Ruler. Li Lingtian took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. However, he could not find any clues. Chapter 388. Chapter 388. Kanglin House's Plan. Chapter 388. Kanglin House's Plan. What's wrong? Shun Mei was extremely curious when she saw Li Lingtian's red face. She did not know what could make a man blush. When she was with Li Lingtian, she had never seen him blush before. Yet he was blushing because of a dual cultivation saint, Dian Fei. As a girl, she didn't even blush, but the man actually blushed. Take a look. Li Lingtian handed the dual cultivation scripture to Shun Mei in a huff. The night passed by just like that. Li Lingtian and the other man had also practiced the dual cultivation scripture once. The dual cultivation scripture was indeed miraculous. After one round of cultivation, their cultivation base had increased by several times. Moreover, Shun Mei had successfully reached the 3rd tier martial emperor realm. This made Shun Mei and Li Lingtian extremely excited. Li Lingtian's cultivation base was already at the perfected 1st firmament supreme realm. It was impossible for his cultivation base to improve unless he had a breakthrough. When he woke up, Huangfu Yuyin and the others were already cultivating outside. The top 3 floors of the Wargod were their private, restricted areas. No one could come up. Naturally, they would not worry about anyone disturbing their cultivation. As the days passed, Cangzhou grew increasingly nervous as Li Lingtian announced that he would wipe out the House of Storms. Moreover, Li Lingtian's Wargod was also flying toward the House of Storms. The route they took was also in the direction of the House of Storms. Calculating the time, it was about time for the Queen's Palace's spirituality city to arrive at the Stormy House's effulgent city. In other words, Li Lingtian and the rest Wargod were very close to Effulgent City. The Effulgent City was known as the #1 city in the Azure Continent. Even the Spirit Rhyme City could not compare to the Effulgent City. This was because this place was the strongest of the 3 super forces in the Azure Continent, the House of Storms. The House of Storms was definitely a giant in the Azure Continent. Even the Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace did not dare to provoke them. The Queen's Palace and the Wind Moon Palace would often marry each other. This way, they would use marriage to strengthen their relationship and resist the House of Storms. One could imagine how powerful the House of Storms must be if 2 super forces were to join forces. However, no one had expected that the Cangzhou's Supreme House of Storms would actually be wiped out and that the House of Storms super experts would be killed. Some time ago, when the House of Storms crossed over to Spirituality City, all of its superior powerhouses were killed by Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's background had also been thoroughly investigated by all the powerhouses. Li Lingtian was a warrior from the Green Continent, but he had risen to prominence after arriving in the Azure Continent. He had exterminated large clans, wiped out the Dishi family, and killed the powerhouses from the House of Storms. Now, he was going to deal with the House of Storms. Radiant City was 500,000 miles in radius. Just the main city alone was stronger than Spirituality City. In the center of Effulgent City, where the spiritual energy was the densest, the House of Storms was located. Under the countless palaces and pavilions of the House of Storms was a powerful spiritual vein. This spiritual vein was enough for the House of Storms to cultivate. The House of Storms, which was originally the most arrogant house in the Azure Continent, had now become so majestic that it could be reached. This was because the House of Storms was going to face a terrifying opponent. This terrifying opponent was only a martial honor. Although there weren't a lot of first-level Supreme Realm experts like him in the Azure Continent, there were at least 8,000 of them. The weakling who was originally in front of a Martial Emperor had become a powerful opponent that the Martial Emperor powerhouses feared. Supremacy. Li Lingtian's Wargod has entered Effulgent City's vicinity. Are you looking at us? In the depths of the House of Storms, in a gloomy hall, hundreds of Martial Monarch Realm experts were sitting upright. Their faces were stern, and there was a hint of anxiety on their faces. Above the hall, an old man in black had no expression on his face, but his eyes were sharp. When he looked at the Martial Monarch Realm experts below, the hundreds of Martial Monarch Realm experts could not help but tremble. This black-robed elder was the strongest person in the House of Storms, Elder Tian, a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm super expert. There were still a few 6th Heaven Martial Emperor powerhouses in the House of Storms, but their abilities were inferior to Old Man Tianyin's. The one who spoke was a 3rd Firmament Martial Emperor powerhouse. According to the news from his disciples, Li Lingtian's Wargod had already entered Effulgent City. That was what they were worried about. They thought that any one of them could kill a martial honor like Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian's Wargod was powerful. What scared them the most was the Gorilla Demon. It was an 8th-tier demonic beast. 8th-tier demonic beasts were equivalent to martial saints. If such an 8th-tier demonic beast appeared, although their House of Storms was powerful and had many martial sovereigns, they would definitely be courting death when facing an 8th-tier demonic beast. This bastard, I wonder where he found such an 8th-rank demonic beast. If it wasn't for the 8th-rank demonic beast, our House of Storms would have obtained the Dragon Soul Jade. When we enter the Lost Forest, we'll obtain the Dragon Soul. Hee. Elder Tian was enraged when he thought of Li Lingtian. He did not even bother to look at a mere revered martial artist, yet he had ruined the House of Storms' plans. Even a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor like him could not help but curse. What a pity! If we had obtained the Dragon Soul Jade earlier, entered the Lost Forest, and found the Dragon Soul, so what if it was an 8th-rank demonic beast? Wouldn't it still become a kitten obediently? Taoist Master Wugo revealed a regretful expression. Outsiders might not know the secret of the Lost Forest, but they knew that although the Lost Forest was the territory of the demon race, and there were countless powerful demon beasts in it, as long as one obtained the Dragon Soul and refined it, they could become an 8th-rank demon beast. Reaching the body of an 8th-tier demonic beast, at that time, even the 8th-tier Starshine would not be able to deal with it. All of you, go to the Lost Forest. Those above the Supreme Realm, go into the Lost Forest. I'll take some people to get the Dragon Soul Jade. Pay attention to the people from Yuzhou Province and Xinzhou Province. They won't let the Dragon Soul go. Don't let the Dragon Soul fall into their hands. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted. Old Man Tian muttered to himself for a moment before he ordered the Martial Emperor powerhouses below him. His entire body emitted a powerful aura, and his tone did not give anyone the slightest hint of resistance. Exalt, what do you mean? Perfected Wugo was shocked. The other martial emperors also looked at Old Man Tianyin. That's right. Let's give up this place. Since there's an 8th-ranked demonic beast, no matter how many martial monarch realm experts we have, we won't be a match for it. Instead of dying, we might as well give up this place. We'll tear this Li Lingtian apart after we obtain the Dragon Soul Jade. Let's move. Don't let anyone see any clues. For the sake of the House of Storms, leave 10 people behind and draw lots to decide. Old Man Tianyin's gaze swept across the crowd. The first-level martial emperor powerhouses below shuddered. They naturally understood that the supremacy wanted to sacrifice 10 martial emperor powerhouses and some supreme realm disciples. Otherwise, they would not have held Li Lingtian back. Although this was a little cruel, it was the only way for the sake of the House of Storms. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely strange. A Supreme Realm disciple walked in with a jade box in his hand. There were paper balls in the jade box. This jade box restricted one's consciousness. Even a martial emperor powerhouse's consciousness could not enter it. One by one, the first sky of the martial emperor realm experts began to choose their own paper balls. They all had a praying expression, hoping that they would not stay. Very soon, the 10 martial emperor powerhouses stayed behind while the rest of the powerhouses left the hall quickly. The Wargod quickly entered Effulgent City. Li Lingtian, Yi Feng, and the rest stood on the Wargod as they gazed at the massive and magnificent Effulgent City. The Effulgent City was 500,000 miles in size and had a powerful force. Wargod, Li Lingtian is here. It's over. Li Lingtian is here. This time, the Kingland building is finished. It's the Wargod. What a powerful Wargod. The Wargod hovered above Effulgent City. The 200-mile radius Wargod suddenly looked like a huge silver monster. Countless fighters looked at the Wargod in the sky and were terrified. The power of the Wargod was practically sweeping across the entire world. In front of Spirit City, the Wargod had shown its might. Now, it had arrived at Effulgent City. The warriors of Effulgent City were all shocked. If you are not a disciple of the House of Storms in the Effulgent City, retreat 1,000 miles away from the Effulgent City within 10 minutes. Yi Feng shouted loudly. With his second Heaven Supreme realm cultivation, his voice spread throughout the entire Effulgent City. This was also Li Lingtian's intention. He didn't want to implicate the innocent in the Kingland building's matter, but if there were any blind experts, he would kill them all. Rumble! With a deafening boom, 16 silver pillars appeared on the Wargod. Instantly, 16 light shadows burst out and bombarded Effulgent City. Rumble, rumble. Screams and explosions rang out. However, the Wargod's attacks didn't kill a single martial artist. They were just scaring these martial artists into leaving Effulgent City. Instantly, the entire Effulgent City was in an uproar. Countless martial artists surged out of the city like a tide. Rumble. At this moment, the Wargod's attack was also aimed at the Azure Water Tower in Effulgent City. Countless buildings were instantly reduced to nothingness. The power of the Wargod was equivalent to a nuclear bomb in his previous life. Every attack could spread for dozens of miles. Under one attack, all the experts below the rank of revered martial artist would vanish into thin air. They would not be able to resist at all. At this moment, hundreds of powerhouses flew out from the House of Storms and blocked the attacks from the Wargod. Even a martial emperor powerhouse would not be able to withstand the barrage of destructive attacks. Chapter 389. Chapter 389. The Queen's Palace's Crisis 1. Chapter 389. The Queen's Palace's Crisis 1. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The martial honored realm powerhouses did not have the slightest resistance against the Wargod. Only the 10 martial emperor realm powerhouses looked at the Wargod. Their bodies flashed as they quickly bombarded the Wargod. Instantly, the Wargod's defensive array began to tremble. Although the Wargod's defensive array was strong, it was still a little difficult to withstand the attacks of 10 martial emperors. Li Lingtian watched as the 10 martial emperor powerhouses fought with all their might. With a flick of his divine sense, the gorilla demon appeared in front of him. The black gorilla demon was like a huge mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the gorilla demon landed in Effulgent City. Immediately, countless buildings were destroyed. Hundreds of martial venerables and martial monarchs were destroyed at once. Roar! Roar! The gorilla demon roared and waved its huge arm. The god's ceiling. Chains tore through space, and the experts and buildings on the ground were completely destroyed. Outside the Effulgent City, countless super experts were watching the battle in the city. They were all trembling in fear. This was not a war, but complete destruction. Moreover, that gorilla demon was a rank 8 demonic beast. Every attack of it could kill countless martial venerables and martial emperors. Even a martial emperor powerhouse could not take a single attack. The space froze the moment the gorilla demon appeared. The 10 martial emperor powerhouses fell one by one. That's not right. Li Lingtian stood on the Wargod and watched the battle below. The gorilla demon's destructive power was wreaking havoc on the martial emperor powerhouses below. However, the expression on his face gradually became a little ugly, but he did not know what was wrong for a moment. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The House of Storms was known as the #1 force in the Azure continent. There were countless martial emperor realm experts in it. Even if they had killed some of them in Spirit Rhyme City last time, there should be more than 10 martial emperor realm experts here. Moreover, there were not many martial honored realm experts. Something must be wrong. He thought of a bad thing, and that was that the people of Kangland Building had already withdrawn. It was fine if they retreated, but what was the meaning of leaving 40 martial monarch realm experts behind? He immediately understood that these martial monarch realm experts were trying to pin him down. The others, Li Jing and the House of Storms, were going to do something disadvantageous to him. Rumble. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a burst of shocking spiritual energy rushed out from the depths of the Kangland Building. The shocking spiritual energy directly tore through the space. A tiny crack appeared in the space. The appearance of the crack also led to the appearance of a passageway. Immediately, 5 or 6 powerful auras entered the passageway. Then the auras disappeared. The spiritual chi in the sky recovered, and the passageway disappeared. What happened? When Huang Fuyin heard Li Lingtian's name, she felt that something was amiss. Now that she saw the situation in the sky, she quickly asked Li Lingtian, "We've been tricked. They must be leaving this place to do something." Li Lingtian watched as the House of Storms disciples fell in droves, including the 10 martial emperors. He began to ponder in his heart. What exactly was going on? Are we going to the Queen's palace? Tang Qinghue blurted out in shock. The other girls looked at Tang Qinghue before shifting their gaze to Li Lingtian. I see. May, or what is there in the Queen's palace that is worth the House of Storms attacking? Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Tang Qinghue's words. He did not expect things to be so simple. He always felt that something was not good for him, but he just couldn't remember. After Tang Qinghue unintentionally reminded him, he finally understood the Kangland Building's actions. Although the Queen's Palace is one of the 3 superpowers in the Azure continent, it is the weakest. However, Spirit City seems to have an ancient teleportation array. Also, it's an ancestral dragon soul jade. I only know these 2 secrets of the Queen's Palace. This was only revealed to me a while ago when Her Highness wanted me to take over. Otherwise, no one would know about this secret. Shunmei pondered for a moment, then told him the secret of the Queen's Palace. She would never reveal her secret in front of anyone else, but her secret was Li Lingtian's secret. There was not the slightest grudge between the two of them, and there was no secret to speak of. This was also a sign of her trust in Li Lingtian. Her heart and soul were with Li Lingtian, let alone a little secret. Dragon Soul Jade, ancient teleportation formation. Not good. Let's hurry back to Spirituality City. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise when he heard Shun Mei-er's words. His expression was ugly as well. Then, he shouted at the gorilla demon. Immediately, the destructive power became even stronger. Every strike was devastating. Countless powerhouses from the House of Storms had fallen in the blink of an eye. Li Lingtian was no longer in the mood to stay here. In a moment, the House of Storms was destroyed. Originally, the experts of the House of Storms had all retreated. They were just some small fries. The gorilla demons were simply effortless when they attacked. The Wargod flew toward the place where the spirit Qi had appeared. Li Lingtian landed and arrived at the ruins of the Kanglan building. He looked around and saw that there was a teleportation array on the ground. When he looked at the sky again, his expression gradually turned grave. This was clearly a cross-realm formation cast by a martial emperor powerhouse. However, he was not a martial emperor powerhouse at all, so he could not use the cross-realm formation. While he was examining the array altar, Little White transformed back to its original form and quickly collected all the storage bags on the ground. "Husband, how is it?" At this moment, Shun Mei naturally knew that the Queen Palace was in danger. The super experts of the House of Storms had gone to the Queen Palace to deal with them. Now that the Queen's Palace had lost Li Lingtian, the super martial emperor from the House of Storms could easily take down the Queen's Palace. There was a hint of anxiety on her face. She had to suppress it so as not to put Li Lingtian in a difficult position. "It's okay. I'll bring you there later. Yi Feng, drive the Wargod towards Inspiration City. I will wait for you there." Li Lingtian recalled the gorilla demon after he finished speaking. Divine Array Diagram, Sacrifice. His expression was solemn and serious. He cast spells one after another, and his body flashed rapidly. Small arrays of different sizes appeared one after another. Seconds passed by, and after 5 hours, Li Lingtian's clothes were already drenched. After 5 hours, the array formation was finally completed, and all the strength in his body was used up. As the last spell was cast, a shocking amount of spiritual energy appeared. The spiritual energy in the sky was the same as before. Even though Shun Mei-er was anxious, she could tell that Li Lingtian had encountered the most difficult situation when she saw the expression on his face and his drenched clothes. "Mei-er, go into the Divine Dragon Ring first. I'll call you out after I get there." Li Lingtian shouted loudly. With a flick of his divine perception, he stored Shun Mei-er into the Divine Dragon Ring. A crystalline tear rolled down her face. Naturally, she knew that Li Lingtian was doing this for her. It was dangerous to activate the inter-realm formation, and he was worried that she would be in danger. That was why he allowed her to enter the Divine Dragon Ring. Li Lingtian could not care less about anything else. With a wave of the space banner in his hand, he grabbed with one hand, and the Divine Array diagram turned into a stream of light that entered his glabella. His body then entered the crack in space and finally arrived at the passageway. After 5 hours, he activated the world-crossing array, and his target was Lingyun City. Although he did not know how the Kanglan building broke the restriction on the opposite side, he could easily reach Lingyun City. He had tampered with the other party, so he naturally knew very well. His body disappeared, and the world returned to its usual calm. The Wargod had already flown to an unknown place. Yi Feng and the rest knew that even if Li Lingtian did not use the gorilla demon and the Wargod, he could still leave safely if he could not defeat a martial emperor powerhouse. Naturally, they would not go against Li Lingtian's wishes and could only fly quickly to Spirituality City. In this world, when things reach their extremes, they would always be reversed. The strongest would always be the weakest. The Wargod was the same. Its destructive attacks and power could make all the powerhouses in the world tremble. However, the Wargod had too many arrays. They couldn't keep it away, let alone use the interworld array and teleportation array. It was Li Lingtian's first time casting such a formation, and he was taking a risk without any confidence. After entering the space tunnel, the space banner and the divine array map were prepared. If there were any problems, they could directly break the tunnel. In Bright Glory City, countless powerhouses were relieved when they saw the destruction of the House of Storms and the departure of the Wargod. Although they were afraid of Li Lingtian had no intention of staying here. In this way, they would benefit from it. Without the House of Storms, they would be able to dominate Effulgent City. In the Queen's Palace of Spirituality City. In the hall, Queen Shun Yu's expression was ugly. The other experts didn't dare to say a word. Li Lingtian had won by taking Shun Mei away. Li Lingtian was a martial honor, but he had broken the rules of the Queen's Palace. The mere thought of Li Lingtian's 5 elements perfection martial soul, his ice and fire dual martial souls, and his heaven-defying talent was shocking. This was especially true for the Gorilla Demon and Long De, who were by Li Lingtian's side. One was a tier 7, while the other was a tier 8. And that Wargod, it was simply a destructive machine. They had also heard that the Wargod was designed and built by Li Lingtian. A revered martial artist was actually a holy array master and a holy alchemist. This was infuriating. All kinds of good things were piled on him. However, even though she was the queen, she was still Shun Mei's mother. Shun Mei, it was also her most beloved daughter. She didn't want to make things difficult for her daughter, so she gave her wish. However, even after a period of time had passed, he still could not forget this matter. The most important thing now was to choose the next successor of the queen. Besides Shun Mei, the Queen Palace also had 2 elder sisters and other disciples. Little Princess Shun Mei's departure was exactly what they wanted. If Shun Mei didn't leave, they wouldn't have a single chance. For 2 consecutive days, her disciples and 2 daughters had been competing against each other, which had annoyed Her Highness Shun Yu. The one with the most power was the eldest princess, Shunmin. Shunmin was also the eldest princess of the Queen's Palace. She was very powerful and had always wanted to squeeze out Shun Mei's position. Now that Shun Mei had left, she could take this opportunity to seize the position of queen. All of a sudden, countless forces in the Queen's Palace stood on the side of eldest princess Shunmin. Chapter 390. Chapter 390. The Battle of Spirituality City. Chapter 390. The Battle of Spirituality City. Today, I announce the qualifications of the next successor. Queen Shun Yu raised her head, and the aura from her entire body erupted. It was a powerful aura of a superior. Countless martial emperor powerhouses, as well as their relatives and disciples, lowered their heads in front of this aura. They did not dare to look at Shun Yu. When this voice appeared, the women below all revealed excited expressions, but they were more worried and expectant. Not only them, but even the other martial monarch realm experts were also looking forward to it, because they were easy to pick a side. The next heir is the eldest princess, Shun Min, and the second princess, Xuanjiao. Chu Yuan Yao, Li Yingyue. After a year, based on your cultivation and performance, I will choose an heir from the 4 of you. The queen looked at her disciples and her 2 daughters. Her 2 daughters might not be great, but they were still her children. If they did not even have the qualifications, it would be too heartless. The people she valued were her 2 disciples. In her heart, her 2 disciples had a much higher chance of inheriting the throne. He had a total of 8 disciples and 3 daughters. The little princess who was most qualified to inherit the queen's palace had already left. He did not expect that the queen would only choose 4 people now. All the martial emperors understood that in the eyes of the queen, only the 2 disciples were truly qualified. As for the 2 palace masters, they were only doing it out of respect. They would not embarrass their daughter. Your Highness, is 3rd sister not qualified? At this moment, a young man stood up with an unconvinced look on his face. He looked at the queen seriously without any fear. Shun Yaowu, a 17-year-old genius, was the best brother and sister of Shun Mei. Among the siblings, only Shun Mei and Shun Yaowu had the best relationship. She was also very respectful to her sister. Now that Her Highness the Queen had even disqualified her as the third sister, it still made him feel bad. Umph. The Queen didn't say anything. Hearing someone mention Shun made her angry. She snorted coldly, and her entire body radiated with power. Her face was as cold as ice. Third sister is your daughter. Although she left with brother-in-law, she still has the right. If it weren't for brother-in-law, the Queen's palace would have won the last time the House of Storms attacked us, even if we weren't afraid. Shun Yao spoke loudly. There was not a hint of fear on his face, and he was filled with admiration for Li Lingtian. The real Li Lingtian was not even 20 years old, but he was a renowned powerhouse in the Azure Continent. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's courage and charisma were unmatched in the Tsang Continent. The so-called geniuses of the Tsang Continent were nothing but trash in front of Li Lingtian. With such a brother-in-law, she was also happy for third sister because third sister had already found her best home. She wanted to leave herself. Is she still qualified? Shun Yu snorted coldly. Even if she gave Shun Mayor the right to marry, no one would agree to it. After all, Shun Mayor was already with Li Lingtian. With Li Lingtian's status and heaven-defying nature, would he agree to marry into the Queen's palace? That was impossible. Little brother, you should speak less. Eldest Princess Shun Min glanced at Shun Yaowu and said indifferently. She hated Shun Mei the most. Shun Yao was close to Shun Mei, so naturally, Shun Yaowu was hated as well. Get lost, you're the least qualified. Some time ago, you even sent someone to assassinate brother-in-law. Is this what a sister should do? Shun Yaowu turned around and looked at Shun Min coldly. Shun Min was a first-level martial emperor, while Shun Yaowu was a third-level martial emperor. In terms of talent, among the few children of the Queen, Shun Mi was the only one who was talented. Heroes cherished heroes, while geniuses respected geniuses. He was a super genius, but he only realized how inferior he was when he met Li Lingtian. The two of you get out of here. What kind of behavior is this? Shun Yu was already annoyed. Seeing his two children bickering, he was instantly furious. His aura exploded, and a powerful force crashed toward the two of them. There was no second Li Lingtian in this world. In the face of the Queen's palace's aura, powerhouses below the martial supreme realm were trash. The hall fell silent for a moment. No one dared to speak anymore. Leave. Shun Yu pondered for a while, then waved his hand, signaling for everyone to leave. Your Majesty, bad news. At this moment, a hurried voice was heard. A second Heaven Martial Emperor expert was covered in blood and had lost an arm. He looked terrified. It was indeed tragic for a second Heaven Martial Emperor to be in such a state. Everyone was shocked when they saw the person who had come. Why are you so flustered? When the Queen saw the person who had come, she waved her hand and a mysterious light appeared. It immediately enveloped the second-level Martial Emperor and stabilized his injuries. Your Majesty, the experts of the House of Storms have already destroyed the Spirituality City. The second-level Martial Emperor Realm expert was still shocked as he told her what had happened outside. What? Instantly, everyone stood up. If Spirit City was destroyed, they would definitely know at the first moment. But now, without any movement, Spirit City was destroyed. What kind of concept was this? Old Man Tianyin. There are 2 fifth Heaven Martial Emperors and 3 fourth Heaven Martial Emperors. The injured Martial Monarch Realm expert quickly said. Instantly, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Isn't Li Lingtian in the House of Storms? Why is Elder Tianyin here? Her Majesty Shun Yu was also frightened. Only she knew how terrifying Old Man Tianyin was. The power of a level 6 Martial Monarch Realm expert could sweep through the Azure Continent. Moreover, there were a few level 4 or 5 Martial Monarch Realm experts who wanted to destroy Lingyun City. Naturally, no one would know. The 3 of them crossed over, so young Noble Ling Tian must have missed them. Otherwise, with young Noble Ling Tian's strength and methods, would there be a fish that escaped from the Storm House? At this moment, an elder at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm stood up and said indifferently. His expression did not change at all. In the Queen's palace, the 8 great elders were all at the 4th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Moreover, there were 2 5th heaven supreme elders. If they did not have such strength, the Queen's palace would have been long gone. Stop old man Tian at all costs. Elder Ning, follow me out. There are grand elders behind us who should be able to deal with old man Tian. Her Majesty Shun Yu pondered for a moment and then loudly gave the order to kill the 5th and 4th heavens of the House of Storms first, and then attack Tian. Suddenly, Spirituality City was on the verge of destruction. One of the 4 David cities had already been destroyed. The 6th level Martial Emperor realm was a destructive force. Every strike was filled with anger. This was because Old Man Tian and the others knew that the House of Storms was finished at this time. It had been destroyed by a martial honor. The House of Storms had been built by countless generations, but it was destroyed in a single thought. Such anger could not be directed at Li Lingtian, but it could be directed at the Queen's palace. As Li Lingtian's wife was the Queen's palace's little princess, she was also the Queen's palace's heir. Even if the Queen's palace chased the little princess out, she would not be able to break away from the Queen's palace. Besides, the Queen's palace had something that the House of Storms needed. With this thing, the House of Storms could make a comeback. Rumble, rumble, ah! The earth was destroyed, and countless screams were heard. Spirit Rhyme City was destroyed continuously, and the main city was also destroyed by a few martial monarch realm experts. Even a martial emperor powerhouse from the Queen's palace would not be able to withstand the attack of a 5th or 6th heaven martial emperor powerhouse. When the strong died, the weak disappeared like ants. In an instant, countless martial emperors and martial venerables had fallen. Although the Queen's palace had a lot of powerhouses, they were able to fight against the 6 powerhouses from the House of Storms with the help of the martial emperors and revered martial artists from the other forces in Spirit Rhyme City. A dozen martial monarch realm experts surrounded an expert from the House of Storms, while the 6 elders of the Queen's palace and the Queen joined forces to deal with Old Man Tianyin. All the foreign martial artists in the city had fled. Only the local martial artists of the city would stay behind to resist the experts of the House of Storms. This was because the city was their home and all their foundations were in the city. The battle was earth-shattering, and seconds passed. 3 level 4 and 1 level 5 experts of the House of Storms had fallen. The Queen's palace in Spirit Rhyme City had paid a heavy price. More than 30 martial emperors and hundreds of supreme realm experts had fallen. Now, there's only Old Man Tian at the 6th heaven and Old Man Reika at the 5th heaven. However, in the martial emperor realm, the 1st heaven was a world of its own. No matter how many 4th heaven martial emperors there were, they were no match for Tianyin. Rumble. After a few hours, the battle had reached its climax. Countless martial monarch realm experts had retreated to the depths of the Queen's palace. There were originally more than 20 martial monarch realm experts in the Queen's palace, and with the addition of more than 30 martial monarch realm experts from Linglinian City, there were less than 20 martial monarch realm experts left. The 20 martial monarch realm experts were all above the 2nd heaven. The 2 supreme elders of the Queen's palace also looked extremely solemn. If this battle continued, the ancient teleportation array would be destroyed. Moreover, they were no match for Old Man Tian, even if they joined forces. Tianyin, do you want to fight to the death? The Queen's palace's supreme elder, Shun Tingfeng, looked at Old Man Tianyin in the air with a grave expression. Haha, do you want to stop me too? Old Man Tianyin looked at the martial emperor powerhouses around him. Although there were 2 level 5, a few level 4, and other martial emperors, he did not take them seriously at all. You want the Dragon Soul Jade? Why bother? Even if you get the Dragon Soul Jade, you won't be able to get the Dragon Soul. Entering the Lost Forest is just courting death. Shun Tingfeng said loudly. He didn't want to fight with Tianyin. With Tianyin's strength, even a level 5 or level 6 expert might not be a match for him. Hand over the Dragon Soul Jade, or the Queen's palace will be destroyed immediately. If Li Lingtian destroyed the House of Storms, The three great superpowers would not exist in the Azure continent. Even if he destroyed the House of Storms, it would only be a scratch. Haha. Old man Tion laughed loudly. His face was filled with madness. The true essence in his entire body soared, and his cultivation had risen from the sixth heaven to the complete sixth heaven. Chapter 391. Chapter 391. Arrived in time, 1. Chapter 391. Arrived in time, 1. The Kanglen building is just SOSO. You were actually destroyed by a martial honors disciple. Is this all you have to come to the Queen's palace to vent your anger? Do you think you can take the Dragon Soul Jade away just because you want to? What kind of place do you think the Queen's palace is? Shun Tingfeng laughed out loud. As the Grand Elder of the Queen's palace, he naturally knew everything about Li Ling Tian. Now, this old man Tian, actually gave up on the House of Storms and came to this place to ask for the Dragon Soul Jade. It seemed that Li Ling Tian was extraordinarily powerful. Even a sixth heaven martial monarch realm expert was defeated. You're courting death. Old man Tian was enraged. Instantly, a shocking attack was launched towards the two grand elders in the fifth heaven. The peak completion of the sixth heaven was more than enough to deal with the fifth heaven. Do it! Shun Tingfeng shouted at the other martial monarch realm experts. If they fought here, the ancient teleportation array would definitely be destroyed. The value of the ancient teleportation array was not inferior to the Dragon Soul Jade at all. Rumble, rumble. Immediately, a shocking explosion sounded. The two Fifth Heaven Grand Elders and the other 20 Martial Monarch Realm experts joined forces to attack Tian and Reika Old Man. In an instant, the depths of the Queen's palace continued to collapse. With two screams, the two second-level Martial Emperor Realm experts were killed and vanished into thin air. The battle was extremely intense. Her Majesty Shunyu, the elders, and the Supreme Elder were all injured, and their faces were pale. There were only 10 Martial Emperor powerhouses left now. However, the experts in Kanglen Tower were the ones who were seriously injured, and 10 Martial Monarch Realm experts from Lingyun City and Kanglen Tower had died. Do you want Li Ling Tian to save you? Old man Tian Yin's face was filled with madness. The House of Storms was destroyed, but only a few low-level disciples and 10 martial sovereigns were destroyed. However, the Queen's palace was going to be destroyed immediately. With his strength, killing these experts in front of him was simply a piece of cake. Rumble. At this moment, Shun Tingfeng and the other Supreme Elder exchanged a glance. They clapped their hands, and a destructive light beam burst out from the ground. The spiritual energy of the Earth's core spiritual vein bombarded Old Man Tian with destructive power. If this continued, the entire Queen's palace would be destroyed. Naturally, Li Ling Tian could not come here. Elder Tian and the others had crossed over to the Azure Billow building because of Li Ling Tian's battle. Even if Li Ling Tian were to rush back, it would take a few months. By then, the Queen's Palace Spirituality City would have been in ruins. The Earth core vein has gone crazy. Seeing that the shocking pillar of light was filled with spiritual energy, Old Man Tian was also extremely shocked. He grabbed at the air with one hand, and a suction force appeared. Old Man Reika, who was beside him, could not help but float over and block the destructive pillar of light in the air. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Reika Old Man disappeared without a single scream. When he was caught by Tian Old Man, he had already felt fear. He had never thought that he would be used as a shield. In the distance, countless low-level martial artists from the Spirit Rhyme City and the Queen's Palace were shocked when they saw this. They also felt the shamelessness of the Old Man Tian. The Queen and the few Supreme Martial Monarch Realm experts also felt Tian Yin's despicableness. He actually used his own sect member to block the attack. It was simply shameful. The vein of the Earth's core can only be attacked once. He die. After I kill you all, I will personally take the Dragon Soul Jade. Old Man Tian didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He shouted loudly and used all his vital essence. A destructive light curtain bombarded the Supreme Elder guarding the array altar on the ground. The sound of blood spurting rang out. At the same time, Shun Yu and the others also launched their attacks at Old Man Tianyin. However, the Supreme Elder was injured, and Old Man Tianyin was smashed down by 8 attacks. His body only trembled slightly, but he was not injured at all. A level 6 expert was nothing more than a tickle when faced with an attack from an expert below level 5. Rumble, rumble, the light bombarded, and a shocking power tore through space. When Old Man Tianyin saw that he had killed most of the experts in the entire Spirit Rhyme City and the Queen's Palace, a crazed smile appeared on his face. As long as he eliminated these experts, he could take the Dragon Soul Jade and leave. Once he obtained the Dragon Soul and became a Tier 8 demonic cultivator, it would not be a problem for him to eliminate Li Lingtian. However, at this moment, a shocking explosion sounded thousands of miles away from Spirituality City. A red grid appeared in space. Everyone's attention shifted to Tianhao Mountain. The red grid in the air became clearer and clearer. Someone is crossing over. Could it be that he crossed over? Just who crossed over? Could it be an expert from the House of Storms? All of a sudden, all the experts in Spirit Rhyme City were shocked. Shun Yu and the others were shocked. If the experts of the House of Storms really came, it would speed up the destruction of the Queen's Palace. Old Man Tianyin was the only one who was puzzled. He did not know who could use this world-crossing formation. In any case, it was not the experts of the House of Storms. Because the experts of the House of Storms could not use the cross-realm array, all the martial monarch realm experts of the House of Storms went to the Lost Forest. The battle stopped, and everyone looked at the red grid in the distance. The grid was originally only 10 meters wide, but it quickly spread out and finally formed a red grid that was 100 miles wide. Space began to crack, but no one appeared. Swoosh! Boom! With a loud explosion, a hole appeared in the grid in the air. The hole disappeared in a flash, and a young man appeared in the air. The young man's white clothes fluttered in the wind. His face was pale, but it did not affect his temperament and elegance. The young man who appeared in the grid was instantly recognized by countless experts. Young noble Ling Tian. Li Lingtian. Why is he here? Isn't he in the Kanglan building? It's Li Lingtian. Suddenly, countless experts exclaimed. Everyone knew the crisis of Spirituality City. Spirituality City was about to disappear, and no one could stop it. However, she did not expect Li Lingtian to appear in this place. It looked like he had specially crossed over to this world. Otherwise, the Wargod wouldn't have appeared here. Ha ha ha, Tianyin, you didn't expect him to be a holy array master, did you? Shun Tingfeng laughed out loud. They had been stalling for time because they were hoping that Li Lingtian would arrive. She did not expect Li Lingtian to come. Her Royal Highness Shun Yu revealed a rare smile. Damn it, little bastard, you're everywhere. Elder Tianyin was furious. He did not expect Li Lingtian to cross over at this time. This was beyond his expectations. Looking at the Dragon Soul Jade that was about to be in his hands, Old Man Tianyin was really unwilling. He did not want to provoke the power of an 8th-ranked demonic beast, but he did not know what to do for a moment. You want to leave? Is it that simple? Li Lingtian felt dizzy in the space-time tunnel. After a full minute, he finally left the space-time tunnel. However, all the true essence in his body had been depleted. In the space-time tunnel, the friction of destruction almost killed him even though he was a first-level Supreme Realm expert with a limitless feather coat and the True Dragon's protection. Fortunately, he came out safely and successfully arrived at the boundless Heaven Mountain outside of Spirituality City. He did not have any true essence in his body, but after throwing a pill into his mouth, his true essence instantly recovered to its peak. His body flashed, and he arrived at Spirituality City. Looking at the state of Spirituality City, it was almost completely destroyed. Fortunately, the queen had not been killed, and a few powerful figures had not died. This way, he was much more relieved. However, when he saw Old Man Tian Yin's cultivation, he smiled bitterly in his heart. A sixth Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert killing him, a first Heaven Supreme Realm expert, was as easy as crushing an ant. But what he did not expect was that this Old Man Tian Yin actually wanted to escape. Swoosh! Li Ling Tian, just you wait. I hope you don't leave the Queen's palace. Otherwise, the Queen's palace will still be destroyed. One day, you will be destroyed by me. A cool breeze blew past, and the Old Man Tian Yin in the space strangely disappeared without a trace of his aura. However, an ethereal voice rang out and spread throughout Spirit Rhyme City. All the martial artists heard it clearly. When they heard this voice, they all revealed disdainful gazes. At this moment, a sixth Heaven Martial Emperor had actually fled without fighting in front of a first Heaven Martial Honored Realm expert. He still had the cheek to say such big words. Spatial imprisonment. Myriad swords returned to the origin. There was a smile on Li Lingtian's face. Since he wanted to escape, he had lost his will to fight. Even if he was not a match for a Martial Emperor powerhouse, he could still fight. With a wave of the spatial banner, the space distorted. Old Man Tian Yin, who had disappeared, appeared in the air 10 miles away. However, at this moment, his body shook. He did not expect Li Lingtian to break his spatial teleportation. He was caught off guard and ended up in a sorry state. Just as Old Man Tian Yin appeared, Li Lingtian's entire body burst forth with sword intent. The entire space was filled with destructive sword intent. The Heavenly Fault sword appeared in front of him. The Heavenly Fault sword spun rapidly, and the destructive sword intent wreaked havoc in the space. A ball of light appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. With a pat, the ball of light disappeared. Instantly, a 5-kilometer-wide sword formation appeared. With Li Lingtian at the center, it was a world of swords. Over 10,000 sharp swords, each of which was a profound level weapon. There were also Heaven, Emperor, and Saint weapons. The might of the Saint artifact continued to tear through the air, and the shocking sword intent swept across the world. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it only took a split second. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he pointed with one hand. The sword array struck Elder Tian Yin with destructive force. Tens of thousands of sharp swords tore through space. Each sword was connected to each other, forming a destructive sword array. Heaven and earth returned to the origin, the power of Brahma. Looking at the destructive sword intent in the sky, as well as the tens of thousands of sharp swords and the Emperor artifacts, Old Man Tian Yin's heart trembled. In the current situation, even if he escaped, he would be killed by the sword formation. He could only resist with all his might. As long as he withstood this attack, a Martial Emperor powerhouse's reaction speed would allow him to escape in an instant. No matter how powerful Li Lingtian's Tier 8 mystical beast was, it would only be left in the dust. Chapter 392. Chapter 392. Fleeing in a Flea. Chapter 392. Fleeing in a Flea. The few powerful martial emperors of Spirit Rhyme City were shocked when they saw Old Man Tian Yin using the forbidden skill of a martial emperor. A 6th-level martial emperor powerhouse's cultivation base was already extremely terrifying. Now that he had used a forbidden skill, wasn't he trying to destroy Spirituality City? However, they understood that Li Lingtian's myriad returning swords had already destroyed them. In front of the myriad returning swords, the few martial emperor powerhouses did not know what kind of cultivation they had to withstand this move. Only the forbidden skill could withstand it. In the sky, tens of thousands of swords flew together, tearing apart space with destructive power. On the other side, a beam of light blasted toward Li Lingtian. Elder Tian Yin thought to himself that he would leave as soon as he could hold off the myriad returning swords. He was a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor, so it was easy for him to kill Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian had a Tier 8 demonic beast. If the Tier 8 demonic beast came out, it would definitely be killed by the demonic beast. As for the Dragon Soul Jade, he would come back to get it when the time came. How could a few martial monarch realm experts block his power? With this plan in mind, there was no fighting spirit in his heart at all. Rumble. The sword formation and the power of Brahma collided, causing the space to tremble and form a vacuum. Immediately after, the ground trembled and collapsed. Huge cracks appeared in space, and the world trembled in front of this rumbling sound. 10,000 sharp swords, countless heaven artifacts, emperor artifacts, and a few saint artifacts unleashed destructive sword silks that formed a sword net. The sword net directly shattered the power of Brahma into pieces and then devoured the attack of the power of Brahma. In an instant, hundreds of the 10,000 swords were destroyed. The swords that were destroyed were all profound level weapons and imperial weapons. However, the destruction of these sharp swords brought death and destruction to the space. The fragments turned into sword intent and were swallowed by other sharp swords. In an instant, an even more violent sword intent appeared. In the entire spirituality city, tens of millions of warriors looked at the attack in the sky. This attack had already exceeded their imagination. They had already treated this attack as a battle between real gods. In front of the sword intent of destruction and death, all the experts felt the pressure. All the martial artists below the rank of martial emperor were suppressed by this sword intent and knelt on the ground in worship. The power of Brahma was completely negated. The 10,000 swords tore through space and arrived in front of Old Man Tian. At this moment, Elder Tian was completely stunned. He had always been afraid of Li Lingtian's demonic beast, but he did not expect Li Lingtian to be so terrifying. For a moment, he was stunned. 10,000 swords pierced through his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was covered in sword light. He no longer looked like a martial monarch realm expert. Heaven and earth reincarnation. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Old Man Tianyin's face before he disappeared. However, another Elder Tian appeared not too far away from Li Lingtian. When Elder Tian appeared, a destructive attack was directed at Li Lingtian. I see. Li Lingtian was stunned. Elder Tian, whom he had killed, was merely a clone. After reaching the martial supreme realm, there were people who could control a mysterious skill, which was the clone technique. Although only 1 in 10,000 martial monarch realm experts could control the avatar technique, such martial monarch realm experts still existed. This Old Man Tian was one of them. He had been fooled. He had already used the myriad returning swords. If he wanted to block Tianyin's attack, he would be a little powerless. All the powerhouses could see this, and they were secretly worried for Li Lingtian. If you don't seek death, you won't die. However, the powerhouses were puzzled by Li Lingtian's words. They wondered who gave him the courage or what powerful ability he had. This way, he was completely playing along. Before they could be confused, the 10,000 sharp swords and the heavenly fault sword floated in the air before Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian turned around and waved his hand. He was originally empty-handed, but when he swung his hand, a long saber appeared. The saber carried a destructive pressure. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. Li Lingtian shouted softly as he swung the Empyrean Terminus Emperor saber in his hand. It was a light blow. There was no strength, but this strike carried supreme saber intent. The saber light also carried saber intent. The saber light and saber intent cut through the void and slashed towards Old Man Tian. Super Saint Weapon. Another Supreme Saint Weapon, you little bastard. Don't use a Supreme Saint Weapon if you dare. Elder Tian was thoroughly enraged when he saw the long saber in Li Lingtian's hand. Previously, when Li Lingtian used the myriad returning swords, he had also used a Supreme Saint Weapon. He did not expect that he would use another Supreme Saint Weapon now. Even Old Man Tian had never come across a Supreme Saint Weapon, let alone control one. It was already good enough to have a lower saint weapon forever. As for this young man before him, he had an endless stream of heaven-tier divine powers. He also took out one saint artifact after another, and he even used several at once. Wasn't this infuriating? Idiot. What a F***ing fool. How can you say such things? You're really a disgrace to martial artists. I might as well ask young noble Ling Tian not to retaliate and let him decide. You really don't know shame. You're already old, yet you're still so shameless. You're really a disgrace to Kanglan Building. Hearing old man Tian Yin's words, all the warriors started cursing. They were initially afraid of Elder Tian Yin, but now that Li Ling Tian was here, no one was afraid of Elder Tian Yin anymore. After all, Li Ling Tian was powerful, and he had a Tier 8 mystical beast. Since even Elder Tian Yin had to flee, they were naturally not afraid of him now. What? Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. It's the desolate 10 consecutive slashes that can surpass heaven-grade divine powers. You probably don't know about this. Young noble Ling Tian's ultimate moves are myriad returning swords and desolate 10 consecutive strikes, as well as God's fury descending from the heavens and 9 heavens of ice/fire. I think there's also some God's extreme destruction and great cloud palm. I see. The warriors below began to discuss Li Ling Tian's desolation 10 consecutive strikes. At this moment, the two attacks in the sky had already collided. With the desolate 10 consecutive strikes, the first 3 saber rays and saber intent were destroyed, but the fourth one stabilized. The next few saber flares broke through old man Tian Yin's sneak attack and slashed at him in the air. Not good. Elder Tian Yin was shocked when he saw his sneak attack being stopped. The famous desolate 10 consecutive strikes was Li Ling Tian's trump card. His body twisted forcefully, wanting to escape and dodge. Tisk! With a soft sound, the desolation 10 consecutive strikes missed, and old man Tian Yin managed to dodge it. However, when old man Tian Yin tried to dodge, his speed was a little slower because he was forcefully dodging. He managed to keep his life, but one of his arms was chopped off. 10,000 shadows. Old man Tian Yin's face was pale. He had been injured by this young man's schemes several times. With his remaining hand, he used a jade talisman. Instantly, tens of thousands of old man Tian Yin appeared in the air. Countless old man Tian Yin quickly flew in all directions. The divine soul, activate. Li Ling Tian was stunned to see so many old man Tian Yin. If it were any other powerhouse, they would have let old man Tian Yin escape. However, old man Tian Yin had encountered Li Ling Tian. The few martial emperors below were stunned as they watched Li Ling Tian's battle in the sky. They were all fearful of Li Ling Tian's strength. They had the same thought in the past. They thought that Li Ling Tian had no other abilities other than the Wargod and the Gorilla Demon. However, they never expected this young man to be so terrifying. A first-level martial honored realm was actually fighting with a 6th-level martial emperor realm expert. Not only was he not defeated, he even injured the old man Tian Yin several times. However, they felt regretful when they saw old man Tian Yin escape with 10,000 shadows. Just when all the warriors thought that Li Ling Tian was about to give up, they saw a 3-petaled exquisite red lotus flower appear between Li Ling Tian's brows. It looked extremely demonic. A ray of light emerged from his glabella. The red light swept across the surroundings, and Li Ling Tian was already prepared. Let's see how many arms you still have left. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. Li Ling Tian raised his hand and swung his saber. A saber radiance that was accompanied by saber intent slashed toward the space. The space was silent. The saber light disappeared, and so did the saber intent. Li Ling Tian, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. At this moment, a scream appeared in the sky. It was old man Tian Yin's scream. Li Ling Tian shook his head. He had forcefully executed 2 consecutive desolation, 10 consecutive strikes, but he was still unable to stop this martial emperor. The 6th heaven martial emperor was indeed peerless. Executing desolate 10 consecutive strikes was his limit. However, he had made enemies at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm. It was good to kill one after another, but he did not expect the other party to escape. Seeing that Elder Tian Yin had escaped, Li Lingtian descended and hovered above the city wall. His eyes were watching everything that was happening in the queen's palace. Currently, half of the queen's palace had been destroyed, and there were only 6 martial emperor powerhouses left. The rest of the martial emperors had gone to God knows where. Mayor, come out. The matter has already been resolved. Li Lingtian scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated the divine dragon ring, and Shun, Mayor, appeared in the air. However, when he saw everything in front of him, his expression changed drastically. However, when he realized that the queen and a few elders were still there, his expression became slightly better. Soon after, Shun Mei landed and greeted the queen. This time, Shun Yu didn't make things difficult for Shun Mei. The noble aura on his face was still there, but there was a trace of emotion on his face. He looked at Shun Mei lovingly. Li Lingtian landed as well and greeted the elders. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's greeting, they quickly returned the greeting. They could not treat this revered martial artist youth as a revered martial artist, or they would not know how he died. They had all seen his strength just now. Even if he did not kill old man Tianyin, he had beaten him up badly. Chapter 393. Chapter 393. Second Level Supreme Realm. Chapter 393. Second Level Supreme Realm. Since old man Tianyin was beaten so badly, they naturally did not need to say anything. Moreover, this young man was the little princess' husband. Although the little princess was not the heir, Li Lingtian's strength was too terrifying. Even if such a person could not be a friend, he should not be an enemy. Thank you, young noble Ling Tian. If it wasn't for young noble Ling Tian rushing back to save them, the queen's palace and spirit resonant city would have been finished. Shun Tingfeng and the others were extremely grateful when they heard Shun Mayor recount the incident at the House of Storms. They also knew that Li Lingtian had risked his life to cast the transboundary formation to return to rescue them. Li Lingtian had already done his best by doing this. If it was someone else, they would not care about such a thing at all. Who would risk their lives and rush back to Spirituality City to help after spending a few hours casting the world-crossing array. However, they understood that Li Lingtian was doing all this for Shun Mei. Although he knew that Li Lingtian had several peerless beauties by his side, and they all seemed to be his women, no one could compare to him for doing this for Shun Mei. Li Lingtian was a famous man in the Gang continent. He had caused a ruckus in the Dishi family for Tang Qingwei and even wiped them out. For Shun Mei, he had killed the experts of the House of Storms last time. Now, he had returned to help the Queen Palace. None of the warriors wanted to know about Li Lingtian's personality. However, they kept one thing in mind. Li Lingtian's reverse scale was his woman. If they offended his woman, he could slaughter all living beings. Elder is too polite. Although Mayor is no longer the successor of the Queen's Palace, Mayor is still a member of the Queen's Palace. I can also be considered a member of the Queen's Palace. Since the Queen's Palace is in trouble, then it is Mayor's business. I will naturally not sit idly by. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he spoke calmly. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Instantly, countless powerhouses felt that Li Lingtian was not a simple character. He was approachable. If they were not enemies, they were friends. If they were enemies, they would be eliminated. If they were friends, they would be treated with ease. Shun Tingfeng and the others were thrilled by his words. Although the Queen's Palace had been destroyed, Li Lingtian's words would allow them to rise again. With Li Lingtian around, no one in the Azure continent would dare to provoke him. They would be courting death. Even the strongest powerhouse in the Azure continent, as 6th Heaven Martial Emperor, wanted to flee when he saw Li Lingtian. Now, he had even escaped in a miserable state. "Brother-in-law, you're the person I admire the most." At that moment, Shun Yaowu walked out with a look of admiration on his face as he greeted Li Lingtian. It was really easy to call him brother-in-law. Even though Shun Mei was with Li Lingtian, which was a well-known fact, she was still a little shy when her younger brother called Li Lingtian brother-in-law. Not bad, not bad. As long as you work hard, no one in the Azure continent will be able to stand above you. Li Lingtian glanced at Shun Yaowu and Shun Mei. He knew that this young man was Shun Mei's closest brother. He was also very satisfied with this young man's talent and cultivation. It was indeed rare for him to reach the martial emperor realm at the age of 17. "Thank you for your praise, brother-in-law." For the first time, Shun Yaowu scratched his head in embarrassment and chuckled. After that, Spirit Rhyme City was reorganized. All the destroyed cities were repaired, and all the expenses were paid by the Queen's Palace. Moreover, the Queen's Palace had also gathered foreign martial artists and ordinary people to repair the Queen's Palace. Half of the Queen's Palace had been destroyed, but most of the palaces and pavilions were still intact. Otherwise, the Queen's Palace would be rebuilt. Li Lingtian was arranged to stay in the Queen's Palace's Little Moon Palace, which was also Shun Mei's palace. There were reasons for Li Lingtian to stay in the Little Moon Palace. Firstly, Shun Mei was Li Lingtian's wife. Secondly, Li Lingtian could stay in Spirituality City and guard it. Even if the powerhouses from the House of Storms came again, they would only be seeking death. In this way, the powerhouses from the Queen's Palace and Spirituality City were aware of Li Lingtian's existence. With Li Lingtian around, they could cultivate in peace. It was rare for Li Lingtian to cultivate in peace, as it would take some time before the Wargod arrived at Spirituality City. When he was in the Azure Waterhouse, he had already instructed Yi Feng to bring them to Lingyun City. During this period of time, he could cultivate and accompany Shun Mei. As long as Li Lingtian was not cultivating, Shun Mei would stick close to him. At night, they would make love to their heart's content. Her entire being had matured like a ripe peach. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when he suddenly felt his entire body's true essence surge and his realm loosening. Li Lingtian was excited when he realized this. He had reached the first level of the Supreme Realm for a long time. Moreover, he was at the perfected first level of the Supreme Realm. However, he had never had the chance to break through to the second level of the Supreme Realm. He didn't expect that he would loosen up his realm while cultivating here. Although it had something to do with cultivation, he understood that he had gained experience and benefits from the battle with Old Man Tianyin. The Ice Soul martial spirit circulated, and he calmed down. He threw a grade 6 cleansing pill into his mouth. He circulated the Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique, and his Zhen Yuan circulated continuously. The 5-color golden core in his body also spun. As he continued to devour the true essence, his golden core also rapidly strengthened. After an unknown period of time, the medicinal power of the dust cleansing pill in his body was refined into true essence. The true essence surged into his dantian and obtained a powerful true essence. The golden core emitted a trace of colorful light. The golden core spun 81 times and finally stabilized. Li Lingtian also opened his eyes with a faint smile on his face. Revered martial artist, second heaven breakthrough. As he muttered to himself, the confidence on his face became even stronger. Above the Supreme Realm, each level was a world. There was a huge difference between a first Heaven Supreme Realm and a second Heaven Supreme Realm. After reaching the second level of the Supreme Realm, not only did his true essence sublimate, but the amount of true essence also increased a lot. During a great battle, the endurance of Zhen Yuan would also increase, and the treasures under his control will be able to display even greater power. If it had been difficult to perform myriad returning swords in the past, it would be much easier to perform myriad returning swords now. Such an increase in realm was an increase in strength, and he had improved in all aspects. After cultivating in his room for a day and stabilizing his state, Li Lingtian finally walked out. Congratulations, husband, for breaking through to the second level of the Supreme Realm. Your cultivation has improved greatly. Shun Mei walked up to Li Lingtian in a delicate manner and bowed to him. She looked extremely adorable. When the two were together, Shun Mei had many tricks up her sleeve. Li Lingtian enjoyed it and did not find Shun Mei's tricks boring at all. On the contrary, he felt a sense of excitement. Now that Shun Mei was bowing so politely, it was definitely a temptation given her status. I've finally broken through to the second level of the Supreme Realm. I haven't had the chance to cultivate quietly during this period of time. Now that I've stopped, I've broken through to the first level of the Perfection Realm. Li Lingtian pulled Shun Mei into his arms and kissed her rosy lips. Immediately, Shun Mei's body trembled. The two of them were together every day. Although they were familiar with each other, Shun Mei was more sensitive in this aspect. However, Li Lingtian did not go too far. After all, this was the Queen's palace, and he was a warrior. He could not let his lust affect his mind. Husband, 2 days ago, Her Majesty told Mei that if Mei were to inherit the position of the next queen, you don't have to change your surname or marry into the family. Shun Mei recalled what Shun Yu had told her 2 days ago. She then softly told Li Lingtian what she had said that day. Did you agree? Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Shun Mei. No, because Mei is my husband's wife. I know that my husband likes freedom. Moreover, Mei doesn't like to be restrained and doesn't want to manage anything. She just wants to be with my husband. Shun Mei said in a sweet voice. When she smiled, her proud chest heaved up and down as she trembled. Li Lingtian's blood vessels were pumping as he watched her. Be good. Li Lingtian gently caressed Shun Mei's face. Naturally, he wouldn't stay in the Queen's palace. He knew that Shun Mei wouldn't agree to it. He naturally did not care about a mere Queen's palace. Moreover, he was not someone who cared about power. As long as one had a strong cultivation base, one would be a true expert. No one would not respect you. Following that, Li Lingtian peacefully refined his treasures, cultivated his skills, and comprehended his cultivation techniques and alchemy techniques. Shun Mei was also cultivating by the side. At night, the two of them practiced dual cultivation, so their cultivation continued to increase. However, Li Lingtian had yet to figure out how to use or refine the Cosmos Jade. However, he didn't care. There was still a long time. After waiting for 2 whole months, the Wargod finally arrived at Spirituality City. This was also the result of the Wargod flying at full speed. Although the Wargod was very fast, the distance between Spirituality City and the azure waterhouses of Fulgent City was too far. It was time for Li Lingtian to leave after arriving at Spirituality City. Because he had to return to the Green Prefecture now, the matters of the Azure Continent had basically been resolved. Although he didn't know where the experts of the House of Storms had gone, he didn't want to look for them now. He had been away from Green Island for too long. He had to go back in case something happened to Green Island. However, the plan was not as fast as the changes. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when a maid sent him a message asking him and Shun Mei to go to the Queen's Palace. The Queen's Palace had almost recovered in 2 months. The basic areas had been restored. Li Lingtian was curious as well. He did not know why the Queen's Palace was looking for them. Could it be that they were still determined to keep him in the Queen's Palace? Do you know what it is? Li Lingtian asked Shun Mei as he walked. In fact, he knew that Shun Mei didn't know. If she knew something, she would have told him immediately. I don't know. Shun Mei held Li Lingtian's arm as the two of them walked toward the Queen's Palace. Although he did not know what was going on, Li Lingtian had already decided to leave the Queen's Palace today. Chapter 394. Chapter 394. Dragon Soul Jade. Chapter 394, Dragon Soul Jade. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Queen's palace. When they arrived, there were already more than a dozen martial artists here. Just like before, Queen Shun Yu was sitting on the throne with no smile on her face. She was like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. She did not exude any powerful aura, but sitting there, coupled with her innate queen temperament, was enough to make all the experts below feel pressured. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Lingtian came to the center of the hall and saluted Shun Yu with cupped fists. According to the hierarchy of the continent, he was indeed a junior. However, in terms of strength, Li Lingtian did not need to bow. However, he had to give face to Shun Mayer, who is Shun Yu's daughter after all. "Please sit. I called you here today because I have something to tell you." Although Shun Yu's tone was calm, it made all the experts below look at each other, because this was the first time the Queen had spoken so calmly. At other times, he was domineering and arrogant. Now, she was only treating Li Lingtian and Shun Mayer this way. This showed how much Li Lingtian and Shun Mayer held in her heart. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Lingtian looked down and saw that there were still some empty seats. He then found a random spot to sit down. Shun Mayer and naturally sat next to Li Lingtian. At the same time, he swept his gaze around. The martial artists here were either elders or the Queen's disciples and children. There were no outsiders here. "It's impossible for you to stay. Since you are not staying in the Queen's palace, I will let you go. You have helped the Queen's palace twice, so the Queen's palace will not mistreat you. Do you know why the House of Storms attacked the Queen's palace twice at all costs?" Her Majesty, Shun Yu, looked at Shun Mayer and Li Lingtian as she spoke. She completely ignored the others. "I don't know. It should be for the Dragon Soul Jade and the Ancient Teleportation Array." When Li Lingtian saw Shun Yu speaking to him in a calm tone, he knew that she was not putting on airs. It was just that she was used to her noble temperament. Since he was being respected, he wouldn't put on airs. His principle was to return the favor. He didn't hide anything. It was normal for Shun Mayer to tell him. After all, the two of them were very close. If he pretended not to know, people would suspect and look down on him. That's right. There are indeed two treasures in the Queen's palace. One is the ancient teleportation formation, and the other is the Dragon Soul Jade. The ancient teleportation formation is in disrepair. I wonder what it's used for. However, the Dragon Soul Jade has a strong origin. It's said that it was formed from the soul of the ancient flying dragon. The Dragon Soul Jade is also the key to opening the Lost Forest. In the Lost Forest, it's said that there's a dragon soul. If you obtain the dragon soul, you can become an 8th-rank demonic beast. Warriors can also become powerful demonic cultivators. Shun Yu said faintly, telling him about the Dragon Soul Jade. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have said it at all, because this was the secret of the Queen's coquettishness. Only the Queen's heir knew. But now that she had revealed this secret, she wasn't afraid of others knowing. Besides, Old Man Tian Yin had already revealed it, so naturally, she couldn't hide this secret. "I see. No wonder the House of Storms paid such a price to attack the Queen's palace. It was affected by the dragon's soul. In the Azure Continent, if one obtains a dragon soul and becomes an 8th-rank demonic beast, they would be able to sweep across the Azure Continent. Even in the Black Continent, they would be a super powerful existence." Li Lingtian nodded with an expression of understanding. He was also very curious about the Dragon Soul Jade and the Dragon Soul. He was a member of the Dragon Clan, so he naturally knew everything about the Dragon Clan. He also had the Dragon Chi of the 3,000 sectors. What Dragon Soul? It should not be comparable to the true Dragon Chi and true Dragon Blood. That's right. We all know that there are countless demonic beasts in the Lost Forest, and there are also countless 5th, 6th, and 7th-rank demonic beasts. We also know that there might be dragon souls in there. However, the first queen of the Queen's palace discovered a shocking secret in there and was plotted against in the end. Our Queen's palace doesn't know what the secret is either. This time, Elder Tian of the Kanglan building came to fight for the Dragon Soul Jade for the Dragon Soul and secrets inside. The Queen's palace is already at loggerheads with the House of Storms, and so are you. This Dragon Soul Jade is for you. As for what to do, that's your idea. The Queen said calmly, her expression unchanged. After saying that, the two Grand Elders put their hands together and each cast countless array formations. They used a full 10 minutes to cast thousands of spells. Then, the two of them combined their spells, and a hole appeared in the center of the Queen's palace. The hole was only a foot in size. It was a tiny spatial crack. The Queen's palace's experts had created an independent space from this tiny spatial crack. A brocade box fell to the ground. The Queen stretched out a hand and cast a spell. A thread of blood essence flew towards the brocade box. The blood essence turned into a blood mist and wrapped around the brocade box. Instantly, the brocade box seemed to be drawn to Queen Shunyu's hand. All of this was so mysterious that no one could understand it, but Li Lingtian did. Because he was a sacred array master, he knew the techniques of the two Grand Elders. Although the three of them had simple movements, if anything went wrong, the brocade box would be destroyed. In other words, this brocade box could only be opened by two Grand Elders and the Queen's bloodline. After the brocade box landed in Queen Shunyu's hands, she took out a blood-red jade pendant from the box. Li Lingtian immediately sensed a familiar aura when the jade pendant appeared. This aura was the pure dragon chi. Although it was not as pure as Little White's, it was much purer than the dragon chi he cultivated. After all, he was still a human and not a true dragon. He did not expect this jade pendant to actually have such pure dragon energy. It seemed that this jade pendant was the Dragon Soul Jade. Could it be that there's still a trace of a dragon's soul inside? Li Lingtian was extremely curious, but he did not voice it out. He only stared at the Dragon Soul Jade in Queen Shunyu's hand earnestly, waiting for the Queen to speak. In the beginning, Queen Shunyu was right. The true strength of the Kanglan building had not yet appeared. If they did not deal with the Kanglan building, it would be a future trouble. This is the Dragon Soul Jade. It is also the key to opening the Lost Forest. Queen Shunyu tossed the Dragon Soul Jade toward Li Lingtian with one hand. Now that the Dragon Soul Jade is in my hands, the House of Storms and the other powerhouses will naturally know. At that time, there will definitely be many powerhouses entering the Lost Forest. I'll take this opportunity to kill everyone from the House of Storms. Li Lingtian took the Dragon Soul Jade and examined it carefully. He looked calm and collected. He did not treat this place as the Queen's palace at all, but as if he was in his own backyard. After reading it, he immediately put the Dragon Soul Jade into the Divine Dragon Ring and said indifferently. The rest of the people had different thoughts when they heard Li Lingtian's nonchalant words. Humph! A young man snorted coldly, his face revealing a disdainful expression. Li Lingtian's arrogance and disregard for him made him extremely displeased. However, just as he finished snorting, he was sent flying by a destructive aura. His body was like a kite with a broken string. Bang! With a dull thud, the middle-aged man fell to the ground. If I didn't give Mei her face, you would have already died. Li Lingtian turned around to look at the man on the ground and spoke indifferently. His expression did not change at all. If a tiger did not show its might, it would be a sick cat. If he did not touch him, he would think that he was very powerful. Shunhao's face turned pale. He was about to flare up, but Li Lingtian's gaze swept over him, and he quickly shut his mouth. Li Lingtian was the first person who dared to make a move in the Queen's palace. They were both Supreme Realm experts, and he was already at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. However, when faced with a 1st-level Supreme Realm expert, he did not even have the slightest bit of resistance. We're leaving. Li Lingtian held Shun Mei-er's hand and greeted Shunyu with a faint smile on his face. Wait a minute. Her Majesty Shunyu's expression did not change. To her, Li Lingtian sending Shunhao flying was nothing. In the Divine Martial Continent, The strong reigned supreme. Li Lingtian had merely sent him flying. If it were any other powerhouse, they would not have been sent flying but killed in an instant. However, when she saw Li Lingtian leaving, she shouted at him, "Your Majesty, is there anything else you want me to do?" Naturally, Li Lingtian did not believe that the queen would go against him for Shun Hao. Even though Shun Hao was from the queen's palace, he was an idiot. Who do you think is qualified to be the heir in the queen's palace? A rare smile appeared on the queen's face as she looked at Li Lingtian and Shun Mer seriously. Li Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Shun Mei. Since the queen had asked him about this matter, she naturally did not treat him as an outsider. He didn't know about the situation in the queen's palace, but Shun Mei knew very well that he trusted her to make such a decision. Naturally, Shun Mei understood Li Lingtian's intention. Without further consideration, she looked at her senior sisters but neglected her two sisters. Husband, third senior sister Li Yingyu is not bad. After she retracted her gaze, she leaned against Li Lingtian and tiptoed. Her small mouth was close to Li Lingtian's ear as she softly voiced her choice. At the same time, Li Lingtian knew that Shun Mei had her eyes on Li Yingyu. "Your Majesty, I don't know about the situation in the Queen's palace." Mayor naturally knows about it in the Queen's palace. Just now, Mayor said that her third senior sister is not bad. This is Junior's suggestion. If your Majesty has nothing else to say, I will take my leave first, Li Lingtian said calmly. As he finished his sentence, he looked at Shunyu with a firm gaze without any flicker. Seeing that Shunyu didn't say anything, he brought Shun Mei out of the Queen's palace and walked out. Chapter 395. Chapter 395. The Lost Forest. Chapter 395. The Lost Forest. Young Master, are we going to Lost Forest? Thousands of miles away from the Queen's palace, on the Wargod, Yifeng stood respectfully behind Li Lingtian and asked respectfully. Although the Kanglan building was destroyed, the real masters of the Kanglan building had long escaped. If he really wanted to wipe out the House of Storms, he would have to kill Old Man Tian-Yin and the others. Moreover, there were dozens of martial monarch realm experts in the House of Storms. It would not be easy to deal with them. Go. Although we can't catch up with the Lost Forest, I believe that the experts of the House of Storms are not far away from the Lost Forest. We'll defeat them one by one and kill them one by one. Otherwise, after we leave, the House of Storms will definitely seek revenge from the Queen's palace. With the Queen's palace's strength, it's impossible for them to compete with the House of Storms. Li Lingtian said calmly. After he and Shun Mei left the Queen's palace, they returned to the Wargod. Huang Fuyin and the others didn't leave the Wargod either. They had been cultivating on the Wargod. This subordinate will obey. Yifeng bowed respectfully. When he saw that Li Lingtian had no further instructions, he quietly retreated and ordered the victor to fly towards the Lost Forest. The Lost Forest was at the edge of the Azure Continent, between the Azure Continent and the Black Continent. This place was also a place that no one cared about. With the Wargod speed, it would take a few months to reach the Lost Forest. Li Lingtian's arrangement was on the way. After they left the Lost Forest, they would be able to return to Green Island, which was very close to Green Island. He didn't know the other routes. The only thing he could do was choose a direction to fly. On the Wargod, not to mention a few months, they could even live for decades or centuries. Even a hurricane wouldn't be able to shake such a massive Wargod. He was indeed eager to return home, but he had to resolve the matter at the Queen's palace. If she left and took the Dragon Soul Jade with her, the House of Storms wouldn't be able to get the Dragon Soul Jade and would wipe out the Queen's palace in a fit of anger. Shun Mei would definitely be upset. When he left Spirit Rhyme City, he released the news that the Dragon Soul Jade had been taken away. After giving his instructions, Li Lingtian returned to the top 3 floors in a flash and cast a few incantations. Soon, Little White arrived in front of the restriction and activated it. Li Lingtian entered as well. Seeing that the girls were cultivating, Li Lingtian did not disturb them. Instead, He rested in the pavilion on the Wargod. He lay on the recliner, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. These days were quite relaxing. He could rest easily after cultivating. Moreover, he had a few peerless beauties accompanying him. Even immortals could not compare to him on such days. When she was half asleep, she felt a pair of gentle hands gently pressing on her shoulders. Li Tian did not even need to open his eyes to know who it was. The technique was Huang Fuyuyan's. Furthermore, Huang Fuyuyan's scent was unique. Every woman had her own unique aura. Li Tian did not open his eyes as he allowed Huang Fuyuyan's little hands to massage his shoulders slowly. Huang Fuyuyan didn't say anything. Her small hands gently massaged her body, and a faint smile appeared on her face. After an unknown period of time, Li Tian stretched lazily and opened his eyes slightly. "You're awake." When Huang Fuyuyan saw that Li Tian had woken up, she stood up and walked to Li Tian's side. She found a stool and sat down before placing her little hand on Li Tian's shoulder to massage him gently. "Yes." Li Tian looked at Huang Fuyuyan beside him with a faint smile on his face. His love for Huang Fuyuyan had increased. Last time, for him, he was captured in Dishi family and gave up his whole life cultivation base to help him become a supreme realm warrior. Although she was a warrior sage in the past, she was now Li Tian's woman. Although very few people enter the Lost Forest, it's filled with danger. "Are you sure you want to go in?" Huang Fuyuyan said as she looked at Li Tian with her beautiful eyes. Others might not know about the Lost Forest, but Huang Fuyuyan knew about it. It was fraught with danger and was no less dangerous than the Devil Canyon and Nine Nether City. With Li Tian's current talent and wealth, as well as his heaven-defying aptitude, cultivation techniques, skills, and treasures, there was no need for him to go to the Lost Forest. "Yes, of course I'm going. Even if it's not for the treasure, I'm going to kill the experts of the House of Storms. Let's not talk about anything else. We must find a way to eliminate the few supreme martial emperors in the House of Storms. Otherwise, there'll be a future threat to the Queen's palace and me, Li Tian." Li Tian spoke in a serious tone. He was never used to keeping a threat, but rather he would eliminate it in its cradle. Although the Azure Continent and the Azure Continent were far apart, it was not too far for a martial emperor powerhouse. They could go to the Azure Continent in just a year's time. If the House of Storms vented their anger on Green Island would be finished. The Azure Continent and the Serenity Plains were located in the same place. Even if the experts in the past felt that it was very far away, it was only the martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors who thought so. With the Wargod, Li Tian could return to Green Island in no time with his revered martial artist cultivation. "I knew it. With your personality, you'll definitely go to the Lost Forest. However, after entering, we have to be careful. After all, the demonic beasts inside are too powerful, and there are many martial monarch realm experts," Huang Fuyuyan said with a smile. She was happy because she thought about the same thing as Li Tian. Having been with Li Tian for a long time, they had a good grasp of his personality. They were able to guess his decisions. "You're smart. You'll serve me tonight." Li Tian smiled as he reached out to touch Huang Fuyuyan's little face. The smooth and tender feeling made his heart race. In your dreams." Huang Fuyuyan's face instantly turned red. She was extremely embarrassed. She was originally looking forward to it, but she was still a little shy when Li Tian said it out loud. Although she said no on the surface, she was thinking about it in her heart. Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, she was naturally eager for such things. However, she was too embarrassed to pull Li Tian along. Occasionally, Li Tian would come to her room, and she would be thrilled. "It's getting late. Let's go. As this young master's maidservant, what's the point of not attending to my bed?" Li Tian laughed. Before Huang Fuyuyan could react, he lifted her up with both hands and carried her to her room. Huang Fuyuyan cried out in surprise, but she was afraid that her other sisters would see this, so she could only suppress her voice. Her face was already red as she wrapped her arms around Li Lingtian's neck and buried her face deep into his embrace. Soon, Li Lingtian and his wife rolled onto the bed, making love and moaning incessantly. After a long time, the room finally quieted down. Huang Fuyuyan's perfect body leaned against Li Lingtian's side. Her little face was blushing as she fell asleep with a satisfied smile. After a quiet night, Li Lingtian woke up early the next morning to see Huang Fu Yuyan sleeping soundly. He did not have the heart to disturb her. "You're awake. Go back to sleep." When Li Lingtian saw Huang Fuyan waking up, he did not touch her, but let her sleep for a while longer. "Okay, I'll sleep like this for a while. You have to accompany me too," Huang Fuyan said coquettishly. Chapter 396. Chapter 396. Ancient Demonic Beast Black Qilin. Chapter 396. Ancient Demonic Beast Black Qilin. Naturally, Li Lingtian enjoyed such a thing. Looking at Huang Fuyan beside him, he couldn't help but recall the first time he met her. At that time, Huang Fuyan was still working as a maid in the auction house. He did not expect that it was this maid who concealed her beauty and sealed her martial saint cultivation, turning her into an ordinary maid. At the thought of this, she could not help but smile. Huang Fuyan was puzzled when she saw Li Lingtian smile, so she whispered into his ear, "What do you think is funny?" Naturally, Huang Fuyan did not know what Li Lingtian was thinking. Curiosity was in everyone's heart, especially girls. Thinking about the first time we met in the auction house, Li Lingtian did not hide anything as he spoke frankly. Ever since the auction, he had not seen Huang Fuyan at all. He did not expect that he would unintentionally save Huang Fuyan. "Humph, you were still so sweet with jingling in front of me last time. In the end, I still looked up to your strength. At that time, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. You even killed 3 Supreme Realm experts." Huang Fuyan was extremely happy, and her face was filled with happiness. Li Lingtian did not notice Huang Fuyan, but she had witnessed Li Lingtian's battle in soliciting Moon City. She was curious as to how a martial arts grandmaster could kill a martial honor. Since then, Huang Fuyan had been curious about Li Lingtian. A girl who was curious about a man was doomed. "Oh, I didn't expect that our martial saint would still pay attention to me. Looks like I'm not just handsome anymore. I'm also very charming." Li Lingtian was stunned. He immediately put on a narcissistic expression and reached out to touch his face. Huang Fuyan laughed. "You can't be so narcissistic, right? I can't take it anymore." Huang Fuyan patted her chest, but soon realized that she was not wearing any clothes. She was completely seducing Li Lingtian. Furthermore, she noticed that Li Lingtian was staring at her chest. Hence, she pushed her chest out even more provocatively. Despite saying that, he did not deny Li Lingtian in his heart. Even though Li Lingtian was not handsome, he was delicate and handsome. His elegant temperament could make any girl fall for him. More importantly, Li Lingtian had cultivated the eye of the divine soul and possessed a devilish aura. Coupled with his heaven-defying cultivation and methods, he was a trump card against the hearts of all the girls in the world. "You're finished." Li Lingtian could not hold it in any longer as he leaped up. Being teased so blatantly, he still had to endure it. Wasn't he an idiot? As she raised both her hands, Huang Fuyan moaned softly. She stared at Li Lingtian with a dazed look in her eyes as her delicate body twisted slightly. Half an hour later, the room quieted down. The two of them hugged each other tightly and rested for a while before Li Lingtian got up. However, when he woke up, he told Huang Fuyan to sleep a little longer. When he woke up, the other girls were already cultivating. However, this time, they did not laugh at Li Lingtian because it was normal in their eyes. The Wargod flew for a month and a half. Everyone was quietly cultivating. Nothing much happened on the way. However, on this day, Li Lingtian was in the midst of his cultivation when the Wargod shook slightly. Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. Something that could shake the war god was definitely not that simple. His body flashed, and he left the room. He came to the deck in front of the war god. When he came out, the others also came out. When they looked into the distance, their expressions changed drastically. They saw the war god crashing into a black object. The war god was at least 200 miles in size. This black thing had actually blocked the war god. The people controlling the war god were all martial honors, and there was also an array master inside. They shouldn't have bumped into anything else, so why did they bump into this pitch-black thing? Young master. Everyone shouted when they saw Li Lingtian coming out. With Li Lingtian's presence, they felt much more at ease. Husband. Big brother. A few girls came to Li Lingtian's side and looked at the scene before them in horror. The black object was 1,000 miles wide and looked like a huge mountain range. No one in the Azure continent had ever mentioned this black thing before. It must have appeared at the last minute. Otherwise, it was impossible for them not to have an impression of this. What's the name of this place? Li Lingtian nodded and asked Yifeng with a grave expression. Young master, this is Black Scale City. Yifeng answered without any hesitation. They had studied the Wargod's route before. They would not make any mistakes. He also knew that this place was Black Scale City. Black Scale City. Li Lingtian was slightly taken aback, but he quickly began to ponder as his eyes kept sizing up the pitch-black object before him. This pitch-black object was more like a cloud of mist than a physical object. However, this mist had a physical feel to it, or else it wouldn't have crashed into the war god. Be careful. Get into the war god. I'll go take a look. Li Lingtian could not figure out what was going on and immediately ordered the war god to retreat 100 miles. After saying that, he pulled with one hand, and the Wargod's defensive array was torn apart. He then flashed out. After he left, the Wargod's defensive array was repaired once again. Li Lingtian looked at the huge black object and felt his insignificance. It was hundreds of miles tall and hundreds of miles in size. It looked like a demonic cloud. True dragon body protection. Heaven and earth creation cauldron. Ice and fire ring. Then, he used the true dragon body barrier, the heaven and earth creation cauldron, and the ice and fire ring. His body flashed quickly. He looked around the pitch-black object, but he still couldn't make out anything. The divine soul. He had thought of all methods, but there was no clue. He used the eye of the divine soul, and a red light appeared between his eyebrows. The red light went towards the black object. The moment the red light came into contact with the black object, Li Lingtian's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His divine sense was attacked. It was not an attack, but it was reflected back. This was also because he was careful not to attack. Otherwise, he would have become a fool. Ancient divine beast Black Qilin. Li Lingtian did not care about the blood at the corner of his mouth as he cried out in surprise. His expression was changing rapidly. Ancient divine beast Black Qilin. Black Qilin. How is this possible? Why would Black Qilin appear here? An ancient divine beast is too terrifying. The powerhouses on the war god cried out in surprise when they heard Li Lingtian's words. Their faces were filled with disbelief. What kind of concept was an ancient divine beast? That was a demon beast from ancient times. No matter how trashy the ancient demonic beasts were, they were still much stronger than the demonic beasts of today. The ancient demonic beast was also at the first level of the 5th step. Although it couldn't be said to be instantly killed, it could still easily kill the current demonic beast. The ancient era was at least 1,000,000 years ago. Only 1,000,000 years ago did it become ancient. In this world, there are modern times, ancient times, and ancient times. Moreover, there were even more distant times above. It's He Lin. It's just that he's injured and his cultivation has dropped. Li Lingtian spoke confidently. This Black Qilin was indeed Black Qilin, but it was not as powerful as he had imagined. When he swept his divine consciousness over it, Black Qilin was unable to resist at all and could only use his divine consciousness to defend itself. What puzzled him was why Hei Lin had suddenly appeared here. It was as if he had fallen from the sky. When he thought of the past, this place used to be safe. It was like a huge rock suddenly appearing on the road. Could it be that he transmigrated like me? Or is it related to the ancient times? Li Lingtian thought to himself that no one would believe him if he told anyone about this. However, he could trust his own thoughts because he had transmigrated. It was just that this black Qilin had come from ancient times to the present, which made him feel that it was impossible. Saint Demon Quintessence. Li Lingtian shouted softly. Instantly, his aura changed. He became even more demonic, just like last time. This was also the time he used the demon race's cultivation method. Although he did not cultivate the Saint Demon Quintessence, he was in control of it. A pure demonic aura erupted as his body floated in the air. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was elegant, just like a heaven-defying demonic god. The black object let out a surprise sound. It originally didn't take the human in front of it seriously, but when it saw this true demon chi, it was instantly shocked. He was clearly one person, and he cultivated the most powerful orthodox cultivation technique in the world, but now it was the most powerful cultivation technique of the demon race. Hey Lin, I have no ill intentions. Your injuries are not light. I have a way to stabilize your injuries. Li Lingtian said calmly as he stared coldly at Black Qilin. The pitch-black object was too powerful, like a huge mountain range. The gorilla demon was already huge enough, yet the one before him was Black Qilin. How could it be so terrifying? The gorilla demon was completely insignificant in front of it. Humans are despicable. Are you trying to play some tricks? Hei Lin was shocked and was almost bewitched. However, when he thought of how despicable humans were, he immediately calmed down and asked coldly, a trace of hostility emitting from his body. Although he was seriously injured and his cultivation was constantly decreasing, it was still very easy to eliminate this human in front of him. What tricks do you think I can play? In your current situation, I can just leave. You are between the monster race and the demon race and are not accepted by the other experts. If I leave, you will only die and disappear from the world. Li Lingtian could feel the change in Black Qilin. Although there was hostility, it was instinctive. If he saved Hei Lin, he would know what had happened. An ancient demon beast had actually appeared in this place. It was too strange for an ancient demon beast to come to the modern world. Chapter 397. Chapter 397. Subduing Black Qilin. Chapter 397. Subduing Black Qilin. Are you a demon or a human? Black Qilin's thoughts were transmitted to Li Lingtian. It was still fearful of the Wargod in the distance. Furthermore, there were other humans on the Wargod. It was strange for Black Qilin to come to this place. He did not want more humans to know about his existence. If the entire human race were to deal with him, he would really be finished. The young man in front of it gave it a very strange feeling. He could not be considered a demon, but he had the pure demonic chi of the demon race. I'm a human, but I'm also a demon. Li Lingtian's ambiguous words left Hei Lin speechless. Do you know how I got injured? Are you that confident? Black Qilin did not argue with Li Lingtian because it was not worth it. It wanted to know what Li Lingtian could do to stabilize its injuries. If this continued, even if it did not die, its cultivation base would be completely wiped out. More importantly, he wanted to know what Li Lingtian's conditions were. No, I haven't, but I can get a try. Li Lingtian's words nearly made Hei Lin faint. He had been talking for a long time, yet he still could not find a solution. Furthermore, he was bragging shamelessly. However, Li Lingtian's last sentence made it feel that it was reliable. This was because the young man did not make any promises. He only wanted to give it a try. What are your conditions? Hei Lin said it directly. Humans were all incomparably cunning. Even he had fallen for many tricks. Although the human in front of him was not powerful, he was still too cunning. Don't treat me as one of those cunning people. As long as you follow me, I will not let you suffer. Li Lingtian replied indifferently as he stared at Black Qilin with a cold gaze. If such a huge Black Qilin was used as a pet, it would be a super warrior. It would be able to withstand a powerful enemy. This was not the most important thing. The main thing was that he wanted to know about the ancient times. Could it be that it still existed in ancient times? Impossible. Do you think you're worthy of me following you? Black Qilin waited for Li Lingtian to finish speaking before rejecting the offer without hesitation. It was an ancient demonic beast, so why would it choose an ordinary human as its master? You think I want you to be my pet? Haha, are you even worthy? Li Lingtian laughed out loud as the demonic chi around his body vanished. The moment the demonic chi vanished, a shocking demonic energy soared into the sky. The appearance of this demonic energy immediately made He Lin tremble. This was because the demonic force was the dragon energy, true dragon energy, unleashed by Li Lingtian. At that moment, Little White's body returned to its original form. A four-color dragon was hovering in the air, leaning intimately against Li Lingtian. Although it was intimate with Li Lingtian, its shocking true dragon's chi and dragons might made all the demons tremble. Roar! Roar! With another two roars, Longda and the silver-winged flying dragon had arrived behind Li Lingtian and hovered in the air. They glared at the gigantic Black Qilin as if they were showing off their might. Both of them had shocking dragon chi. Longda's dragon chi was not as pure as the silver-winged flying dragon's, and the purity of the silver-winged flying dragon's dragon chi was much weaker than Little White's. True dragon chi. Four-color dragon. At this moment, He Lin could not help but be shocked. Although he did not know where Black Qilin's eyes were, he could imagine its shocked expression. Not to mention Longda and the silver-winged flying dragon. The main one was Little White's four-color dragon. This was the strongest existence in the True Dragon clan. Although this four-color dragon was still very weak, it was a true dragon. The four-color dragon was only a young dragon. When it grew up, it would be the strongest existence in the entire demon race. It was the legend of the dragon race and the demon race. It could rival the supreme, mighty figures of the world. It was also the only existence of the demon race that was on equal footing with the human mighty figures. The three demonic beasts in front of him all carried shocking dragon energy. Black Qilin was an ancient divine beast, so it naturally could see that the silver-winged flying dragon and Longda had mutated because they had obtained dragon energy. In other words, this mutation was man-made, and the young man in front of him was that person. The true dragon followed Li Lingtian as a pet. Although Black Qilin was an ancient divine beast, it would be nothing more than trash when the four-color dragon grew up. Moreover, this human in front of him also carried the aura of a true dragon. He was definitely also a powerhouse of the dragon clan. Now, he finally understood how embarrassing he was. Everyone else was from the dragon race, and they even had a four-color dragon as their companion. What was he? Even if it was a fool, it knew what a four-color dragon represented. It represented the only heir of the dragon race, and was also a miracle of the dragon race. Although my cultivation isn't high, I've just turned 20 years old. Give me a few more years, and I'll sweep the entire divine martial continent. They're the same. I can raise their cultivation by one level every year. Even if they are ants, I will make them the rulers of a region. Li Lingtian's aura burst forth faintly. His expression was calm as a supreme aura wafted through the air. This kind of confidence was enough to make the world's experts and geniuses lower their heads. I'll give you 1 minute. Either follow me or I'll leave. Li Lingtian's words were straightforward. He did not have a grudge against Black Qilin, so he did not have to waste his breath. After he finished speaking, he floated in the air. Whitey and Longda also transformed into human forms. The silver-winged flying dragon returned to the Wargod. Although the Wargod was not as good as the one in the Divine Dragon Ring, the Wargod's safety was now under their protection. After Little White transformed into its human form, it looked exactly like Li Ling Tian. The female version of Li Ling Tian was charming, adorable, and peerless. "Brother, am I prettier?" Xiao Bai was beside Li Ling Tian. Li Ling Tian nearly fainted when he heard Xiao Bai's words. It was impossible for Xiao Bai to learn such narcissistic words from him. "Yes, she's more beautiful now. Stop being so mischievous. Let's go back. We're leaving." Li Ling Tian reached out and pinched Little White's face. After spending so much time with her, he had gotten used to Little White's appearance. Furthermore, this Little White was a beautiful dragon lady, so naturally, he liked her. The sky was temporarily silent. Hei Lin's heart was in turmoil. Who was this young man? Demonic Qi, true dragon Qi, and the righteous Qi of heaven and earth were all gathered on one person. Even Xiao Long knew, the most respected member of the dragon clan, was so intimate with him. Needless to say, their relationship was very good. What tempted him was that Li Ling Tian could increase the demonic beast's cultivation realm. Right now, he needed to stabilize his cultivation and heal his injuries. This young man in front of him was undoubtedly the best choice. "I'll follow you, but I can't help you now," Hei Lin muttered to himself for a while before speaking. Even the dragon clan followed him, so it was a mere black Qilin. "In that case, I'll stabilize your injuries. There's a place suitable for you to cultivate and heal." After Li Ling Tian finished speaking, his body flashed. After a full 10 minutes, he had finally cast 6 to 7 formations. Black Kirin also slowly became smaller, and the black Qi was completely retracted. A demonic beast the size of a calf was revealed. Its entire body was pitch black, and even its eyes were black and shiny. The black object was the aura of Black Scale. Although he was seriously injured, Black Scale was powerful enough to shake the Wargod. After his body shrunk, Li Ling Tian was able to solve the problem easily. The aura of his entire body changed. His entire person was extremely demonic. A trace of pure, demonic Qi pressed down on Hei Lin. The demonic Qi entered Hei Lin's body and continued to wreak havoc inside. Then, with a thought, the divine dragon ring was opened. True dragon Qi drifted out and wrapped around Hei Lin. With the support of the true devil Qi and true dragon Qi, it was enough to stabilize Hei Lin's injuries. After a moment, Li Ling Tian shook his head and sighed to himself. The Black Qilin's injuries were too severe. He could not heal it at all and could only suppress its injuries. This was because Hei Lin's injury was caused by a divine artifact and divine Qi. In other words, this injury was caused by an ancient mighty figure. He had divine artifacts and divine personalities, but he didn't have divine Qi. He only had true essence. True essence and divine Qi were completely different concepts. Unless one reached the level of a real god, it was impossible for one to possess divine Qi. "I can't treat your injuries for the time being. I can only suppress them. However, you can cultivate. When I reach that realm, I can easily treat your injuries." Li Ling Tian did not feel embarrassed at all as he spoke directly. If he couldn't do it, he couldn't do it. He didn't easily find excuses for himself. "I know that you can treat my injuries, but not now. Unless your true dragon Qi reaches a certain realm, or your cultivation reaches a certain realm, no matter what kind of elixir you have, you won't be able to treat my injuries. It's already not bad that you can stabilize my injuries. It's impossible for my cultivation to recover. I'll wait for you to reach that realm one day." Hei Lin was stunned. This young man had exceeded his expectations. If other people could not do it after boasting, they would definitely find a lot of reasons and excuses to step down. However, this young man had no such intentions. This was also what made him curious. Such a person was definitely not a wicked person. His current situation was not good. If he did not suppress his injuries, he would die and his cultivation would fall. It was already very heaven-defying for this young man to be able to suppress his injuries. Your sea of consciousness has been destroyed. You only have a wisp of memory. When Li Lingtian activated his Eye of the Divine Soul, he accidentally discovered that Black Qilint's awareness had been completely destroyed. Only a tiny part of it was intact. With the destruction of his awareness, his memories were also incomplete. This made him speechless. He had wanted to get some information from He Lin, but now he could not get anything. He was speechless when he thought about how he had worked for nothing. I didn't expect that with your cultivation, you could see the changes in my sea of consciousness. You really have a lot of secrets. He Lin was shocked. Although its cultivation had fallen, it was a powerful divine beast in the past, a divine beast that surpassed the 10th rank. Now that its cultivation had fallen to a miserable state, its sea of consciousness was not something that ordinary humans could see through. It did not expect this young man to be able to see through it so easily. How could this not be shocking? The young man in front of them had too many tricks up his sleeve. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.